we played that because we were all bad, and that was fun. But the second you have access to the internet and you realize how good some people are at games like that, it stops being fun because they're just by nature a competitive game, and it like saps the enjoyment out of it. But you know what isn't a game that's fueled by elitism is Dwarf Fortress, so let's play some of that. So this is a fun fort. I have walls of lava. You like lavas full of walls? It's like what most it's like the most is just what knowledge game, but knowledge and the preparation game calculate everything and then watch everything unfold. Yeah, no, I mean, like, so like when you say the game, so you're describing Factorio, right, Taigo? It's like it's a knowledge game, but a knowledge game about preparation and then watching everything unfold. Anyway, so this is Threatdweller. The goal of this fortress is to obtain the queen and the king for the fortress. So the goal for this fortress is to become the mountain home. That is our goal, right? Our fortress is not this. This isn't my fortress. This is a tower. The fortress is over here. This is our fortress. It's got this lovely wall here that's full of hot red stuff that goes all the way up to here, where I've got these windmills that are powering the pumping of the hot red stuff. Got a military there on the left, and we've got a little tavern here. Frame's a little low because I only just unpaused it. It'll figure itself out in a minute, though. Over there is our farming. If we scroll down a little bit, down here is kind of the central base area with all of our crafting. We've accidentally burned the lovely good biome a couple of times, so it's a little bit gray right now, but it's fine. If we go down a little bit, these are where we've put all of the bodies of the unfortunate lost ones. There is a little bit of a conspiracy in the crimes that have been happening in this fortress. Many artifacts have gone missing, and we've had to do our best to recover as many of them as possible. This is our bedroom lair. However, some of them still haven't been recovered, and weird creatures keep showing up and trying to steal my glorious artifacts. So we're doing our damnedest to defend them and stop any imbecile who tries to take them from us. Down here is where we melt down goblinite and lovely, lovely materials to make other cooler things. And then all the way down here, if we just keep going down, and just keep going down, all the way down, we make it down to this. This is where I've been mining, adamantine, as you do. So we've mined out several spires. Haven't dug too deep or anything silly like that, because that's definitely like a portal to hell right there. But if you want to know anything about Dwarf Fortress or have any questions, do give me a shout. As far as named dwarves in the fort, we got several. We got Raz, we got Soundabar, we got Mirahall Clay, we got Rolf. We've got Farada. We've got Redger, Stone, Mapetti. Harry is Gamer. We've got Frog. We've got Thalfon. We've got Dragona and Hrum-Hrums. We got Wait What Hops and Telebi, as well as Cutest Ghost, of course, and Snail. I always want to say Sail. God damn it. And Hydra Slayer, who is the dwarf who killed a Hydra by themselves, by the way. And B-Lug and DJ Huxley Fur, and thanks for the penny, Orange. Much appreciate you, man. And hello again, Darren. How am I today? You've been cleaning a palace that worshipped the main character in Power Wash Simulator. Cleaning a palace that worshipped the main character in Power Wash Simulator. That's the sentence I just read. I did a big oops and lost almost 80% of your progress when you tried to make the easy achievement of doing a special clean. Very much as a mark to remember. I know nothing about Power Wash Simulator, and it seems like a very strange video game. That's all I really know about Power Wash Simulator. I don't actually need to mine any of this stuff out, so let's just stop it because it's just kind of fucking with the frame rate for right now. But yeah, I know very little about that. It's just really blurry for you on your right eye. You stabbed yourself in the eye with a compass. Ooh. Ow. Lawnmower Simulator is pretty good too. You know, I used to hate pressure washing when I had to do that for my job. Yes, I am in fact going to PAX. I'm going to PAX for 1 day. But there's a reason I'm going to PAX. And it's a reason that I can show you pretty quickly. Well, I'm not going to PAX for this because I will miss this. I will be staying home and watching this from home because it should be live streamed. Then I will record it and edit it into a video. Then Saturday, I will take the train down because the train down to Seattle is almost empty on Saturday. I have a ticket for PAX for Sunday, and I will spend Sunday at the convention itself. And then come back on the Monday, and I won't even miss a stream, ideally. So, also, PAX requires proof of negative test and masks inside, so that makes me a bit more confident. Also, you know, they will have Dwarf Fortress there in some capacity. So, you know, Zach and Tarn will be streaming from PAX on the Friday. I don't know how long they'll be in town, so I don't know if I'll get to meet up with them specifically, but I will be able to meet up with Kit Fox and hopefully do things with them. Also, the Hyper Strange guys are going to be there, you know, Jupiter Hell's publishers, and I have a meeting to see a secret thing with them, so there's that as well. So, you know, I'm getting stuff done. Fortunately, that the costs for PAX, half of that's already been spent. Half of that is ticket, business cards, and what's it called? Words. Travel. Train is half, or is a quarter of it, and then the rest was tickets and business cards, because I haven't bought business cards in like 4 years. So I will be going to PAX for a day, and I won't even miss a stream. And there's a chance one of my teammates might end up being there, and if so, I want to meet them. Yeah, it is exciting. So, lots of reason to go. Although, I will say, bits and gift subs, while awesome, don't actually go into that. PayPal tips do. So, just keep that in mind. The Guild of Mining, which is the best miners guild ever. They almost never end up with a logical name, but that one is very logical. Now has many members in Threatdweller and now requires a guild hall. This location must be built and furnished with a hall designated for a miner guild. Do I approve of this request? On your previous D&D session, you accidentally summoned 3 Senator Armstrongs? Sounds like you have a good DM. Well done. Chat, can I get a beer or 2 in chat for Darren chucking $1 at me? All right, so I need to figure out where the hell that is. Where is that? Do I need to... Oh, never mind. I need to make a new guild hall. Okay, well, we can do that. You know what? Let's put the Miners Guild... I kind of cheat when I do this, or I feel like I cheat. Let's put the Miners Guild in the middle of this room. Where did you go? Miner. Oh, it's literally the first one. Duh. We'll make you public. Yeah, that sucks, dude. Keep things out of your eyes. Things in eyes is bad. But yes, so that is why I'm going to PAX. And it is very last minute, but turns out I'm also not cool enough to get media passes anymore. I did try. I would have needed to apply manually ages ago, but I wouldn't have got it. Looking at their requirements, Twitch doesn't provide them for people of my size anymore. Afraid after reliving, experiencing trauma. Well, hang in there, Stood Deer. So the way this defensive system works is I have this wall, which is full of lava. I have a lever that drops most of these floodgates, which then fills up this entire area, right? So the enemies, they walk in through there, and then they walk all the way down and then around and then back up and over the left here, and then back up and into the fortress. I can seal it off with these 2 drawbridges, this drawbridge and this drawbridge. And then there's these drawbridges back here, and I can pull a lever and essentially just turn this entire little L-shaped thing into a fire pit, which is very efficient. And then I burn it. Oh, well, now you get to see it live. Hope you guys like fighting. Let's lock the dwarves inside because a vile force of darkness has arrived. So we're at war currently with the occult seduction, the goblin civilization. It is, and this is an iron helm. It's got a lovely rendition of the Watch of Midnight, a well-designed image of a jute plant, the symbol of the occult seduction. So they've attacked us quite a few times. As for the fortress themselves, or the baddies themselves, they are most of this purple. So it's a giant haunted glacier, which is what, you know, they're trying to fight me from. Interesting, Phil. I know very little about what you're referring to. But I've got a door I need to lock, actually 2. So I'm gonna pull this lever. And I'm gonna pull this lever. I'm just going to, yes, okay. So those 2 levers are gonna close 2 of these gates. One of them is now shut. Hopefully that dwarf doesn't get, this dwarf up here doesn't get catapulted. Okay, no you don't. Perfect. You guys can all take the long way in. One of my military guys named a sword. Not a small siege either. But yeah, my hope is that by going to PAX, I can maybe see Dwarf Fortress. That's my biggest hope. So, we'll see. Also, it'll be nice to like just go to PAX because I get to see some friends I haven't seen in several years now. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, I clearly don't have the same problems with my eyes, so my knowledge base is very specific with exactly what's wrong with my eyes. So I know a lot about what's wrong with my eyes. I don't know much about other people's eyes. A poet was found dead. Well, F's for that poet. That little red smear right there. Looks like one of the goblins just kind of got to him. Yeah, the goblin recruit got to him. And bit him in the foot. Bruised the muscle through his big peafowl leather shoe. And it bent the ankle. And the goblin recruit punches the poet in the right hand. Man, what a big meanie. Bit his foot. Imagine you're just like, you see a bunch of bad things coming towards you that want to attack you. And then one just like jumps at you and like lands on the ground and ground slides towards you and bites your foot. That's what just happened. All right, well, it looks like they're mostly beak dogs and trolls. As always, if anybody has questions about Dwarf Fortress, feel free to yell at me. I will do my damnedest to give you accurate and quick responses. There's also a Tsar Limbusta, human void hunter coming in. Now, this is kind of fine because they're just a visitor. However, I would like to... Oh, I don't have any open cases. This guy's probably sus and is probably going to cause problems. I had to arrest a whole bunch of void hunters for corrupting my dwarves. One of which actually corrupted my captain of the guard while he was in the process of interrogating him. So my captain of the guard, like, brings this guy down to the office to be interrogated, and then in the process of going down to the office to be interrogated, convinced my captain of the guard to steal an artifact. So this fortress has a lot of rebelliousness to it, I guess, which is kind of fun. But let's see what we can get here. Also, crystalline lens just makes me think about, what's it called? Star Trek. Crystalline entity. But hopefully we'll be able to just pretty swiftly dispatch these gubbies. There's not that many of them. The first time these guys sieged me, they sent 600 entities. The frame rate was glacial. And that was before I even had like the lava stuff set up. But looks like we'll get a good run at it. Wish these dwarves luck, chat room. Wish these dwarves luck. So the first line of goblins enters the fort. I'm kind of surprised that the trolls are so far back. Normally the trolls lead the charge. Maybe it's just because there isn't so many of them. Yeah, no, this one's a lot more reasonable. It's like there's maybe 150 of them. But yeah, the first time they sieged me, it was like 600. If you actually go to my YouTube channel and go look up clips. Wow, it dodged the weapon trap. That's an artifact weapon trap. This goblin's got skills, man. But yeah, no, that was the first time they sieged me. They haven't sent that many since. Since then, it's been maybe 250, 300-ish on average. Must have touched the weapon trap. Slipped on it. Fought a necromancer named Alfredo Sauce. Excellent. You know, they should have put like a doohickey underneath the sauce so it was Alfredo Sauce or something. I have very few good memories of playing D&D with people. But one of the groups that I did actually have some fun with was a group where we ended up fighting Santa Claus in the North Pole against an army of cyborg penguins. That was a good time. Best part was we fell into a portal at the bottom of a gravestone after I sold one of my friend's souls to the devil for a snack. I was hungry. All right, so there's this goblin coming in. My soldiers are coming up. Soldiers are decked out in steel, iron, and most of them have adamantine weapons. It's very dedicated to trying to kill that sheep. Looks like the goblin's going to get a kill, though, on my sheep. How unfortunate. Here comes some trolls. Let's go deal with you. And the goblin gets slapped into tiny bits. We've got some trolls over here, which are totally fine to just be shredded. All right, the rest of them should make it through or into the area where we need to slam them into pieces. Kib seems to be doing pretty well. Slashed a troll in the upper body with his sword, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the liver. An artery has been opened by the attack. The sword matcher also struck the troll in the left foot with the pommel of his steel sword, fracturing the bone. Ooh. Steel swords, very effective. Almost too effective, even. So I just have my military sitting here and camping, and then whenever a troll comes around the corner, we remove them from existence. The forgotten beast, Wukong, has come, an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. Ay, ay, ay. Has 3 long curly tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly spittle. Fortunately, we don't need to worry about that currently because the layer it's on doesn't, at the moment, have access to the fortress. So that's a good sign. That's a good. We don't want a bad. A bad would be bad. Let's hack apart some more trolls. Hack apart some more trolls. No, that's Mukong, not Wukong. Completely different. Not even remotely copyrightably similar. That's it. Scare them trolls away. Let's get this door shut. Telling my soldiers to back up as quickly as they can. We're going to turn around and kill this troll dead. Pull that lever. Do it now. Get it pulled. 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 And we are also going to wait another moment or so. Tell some of my soldiers to turn around real quick. Back up. Nope, you want to turn around, boys. Said you want to turn around. You really, really, really want to turn around. As in, like, you need to. Okay, so that's getting pulled now, so I need to cancel that job. Let's undo these squads. All right, chat, I need a round of beers. Because these goblins abouts to dies. Let's pull both these levers and set them to be done stat. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Taylor needs a sub. All right, so send the military back in. Where are they all going? Right, lever one's pulled. Let's see how high this body goes. Or rather, how far this loincloth goes. Kind of curious. And boing! Okay, not as high as I thought. All right, well. This troll seems to have been slammed by that and is just like vomiting everywhere. Lovely, lovely. Now we're going to pull the fun lever. Now the fun lever does exactly what you expect. Makes all the boys, brings all the boys to the yard, shall we say? And now it begins. And that's how you deal with a goblin raid really quickly and efficiently. It's even self-cleaning. If I move up here, you can see where it drains. I wasn't able to actually get all of the floodgates hooked up yet. We still do need to do that. But for right now, it's quite efficient, and I quite like it. The siege is still technically ongoing. However, it's not going to last very much longer. Of course, there was still some fighting, because my dwarves do deserve some glory for their violence. The troll corpses over there that the dwarves are removing rather quickly are all being moved down into close to the basement. Looks like one of them seems to be immune to fire over there. They will be moved down to the basement, where they will be dumped into the into the lava next to the lava forge, because there's a partially formed volcano down in the caverns where we dump all of the bits and pieces into. Or if that, nope, that goblin there over by the gate up there on the left seems to have a superpower, which some goblins seem to have, where they just seem to be immune to fire. I'm not totally sure what causes it, but I think it's a bug. Keyword there is, I think. I don't think it's intended for them to, not actually burn to death. They do catch fire. The game considers them to be on fire. And they do stay on fire, but not totally sure what causes that. They don't really feel anything after seeing a goblin. After seeing the turkey gobbler Meng's dead body. I was going to say, a turkey goblin? What's a turkey goblin? But yeah, if anybody would like a dwarf named after them, just let me know in chat. Just if you have any preferences, please do let me know. We got just about every job, as well as just about every type of dwarf available. Man, I'm surprised that this siege is still going on. I guess there's still like 100 of them left. Doesn't really look like that many, though. Surprisingly, I haven't actually accidentally burnt one of my own dwarves with this yet. There was a dwarf who died trying to fight on the exit of this, and they got stuck inside and died. You are still alive in this fort. Do have to find you, but you are in fact still alive. Yeah, you're still a cook. Currently, you're watching an armor smithing demonstration, and you're lonely after being away from friends for too long. You're married to Errol, who's in the fortress, and you have no health problems. You are 62 years old, and you dream of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and you never fail to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations. And you are conflicted by this because you consider tranquility preferable to tumult. Thing to being a D&D monk. I don't know. So I don't play D&D and haven't played D&D since I was 11. Define a D&D monk. Do you mean like Friar Tuck, or do you mean like a JRPG monk where they use like kung fu? I don't know what monk means in this context. So kung fu? I guess a wrestler, but I don't have any of those. And I don't want any. So something that I kind of love about this trap is if you see those red kind of bubbles, those are bodies exploding and then the boiling blood evaporating off of them, which I kind of love.
Crypt jams.
Also just noticed a problem. It was leaking a little bit. Phineas, thank you very much for keeping that sub for 26 months, keeping that sub alive for a 26th month. It's good to have you around. Cheers, man. I seem to have found a slight problem with my defensive setup. Let's actually just pull this. How deep is this? Yeah, that should be enough to just spread out and kill them all without it, you know, continuing to pour over the top there. Kind of need to add another layer to up here, which we can do. That's not a problem. But currently, I would rather not continuing to that. It's leaking a little bit, yeah. Didn't do this the last time. Ah, well. There's plenty of lava in there already. Whoops. Yeah, I hope you've been well, Phineas. It's good to see you. Things have been good? Hell yeah, dude. Should be enough lava in there, I think. Does still seem to be spreading, so... anyway, the siege is over. We're just gonna have to start this thing draining. Good lord, there's still a lot of them in there. Look at that. How the hell did you get out? This goblin just got out. I wonder if he dodged through the wall. Wow. What is this, Red River? What happens when you heat up lava or rock a lot? Comes out of a volcano. Pretty good hint. All right, well, I need the back drain lever pulled. Spicy water, yes. It's very spicy water. Most of the goblins seem to just be leaving. And then we dump the remainders out the back. Look at the few that are out here. Oh, come on. You think this axeman is going to make it? Run away, dude. You may want to run. Lava's coming directly for you. It's going to lava to meet you. All right, there it goes. Yeah, this fort's pretty hot. Speaking of pretty hot, it might get pretty hot in here in a sec. Because it sprung a little bit of a leak. Which isn't what I would describe as optimal, but it's also not the worst. But, caught something. Goblin's running. Got him. It's one hot mess. It's an intentional hot mess. Speaking of lava and volcanoes, specifically, there's some volcano live streams. But currently, it doesn't look like much, it looks like. Well, that's unfortunate. The Iceland volcano stream just looks like that right now, which I'm sure is fine. I'm sure that's fine. It's okay. We can just let it drain for a little bit. And I guess what I need to do is I need to put a little bit more of a catch system on this. So that it doesn't do that. Because I don't really want it to, you know, just dump lava everywhere. Let's just pull this lever and then pop it back up. Actually, I wonder if it's going to fire lava up into the air. Bet you it might. Let's see. Come on, Dwarf, come over here and pull this lever. I need you to let some lava flow. So the lava flows across a little bit here. Then we wait. Come on. Okay, it wasn't really what I'd hoped would happen, but it is like draining there, so, and it's draining down here, so it shouldn't be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. Let's see. So there's Mukong down in the basement now. I think we can fight this thing. What do you think, chat? This glass critter. It's kind of pretty looking, frankly. Let's just keep the dwarves up top. And let's see if I can find my stairwell. This map is like too big. Ah, there we go. Because it's just Deadly Spittle. So I figure if it's just Deadly Spittle, should have a pretty good time. Also, I did lie. Apparently, I do have some wrestlers, but they are wielding weapons. They're not wielding, like, the sort of things that you'd want a monk to be wielding. All right, so they're all going to run downstairs. Down to here. The door is open. Let's find our forgotten beast, Mukong. So Mukong is right there. Going to send 1 dwarf squad, 2 dwarf squad, 3 dwarf squad. Oopsies. 4 dwarf squad. And let's follow this forgotten beast, shall we? I don't know what that means. Raz. Seems to be firing blasts at the, or at a troglodyte and seems to have killed it. So this creature is fractured, apparently. An enormous quadruped composed of clear glass. It has 3 long curly tails and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its deadly spittle. No such thing as too much Jack Black. It appears to be running directly for my fort right now. Oh. Forgotten Beast breathes a glog of Mukong's beast extract and misses the Swordmaster. And the Swordmaster punches the Forgotten Beast in the right leg with his right hand, but the attack glances away and then slashes the Forgotten Beast with his Tangak Astil. And a severed part sails off in an arc. What is exactly Tangak Astil or whatever? Tangak Astil is an adamantine short sword. And the creature is dead. Well, I guess it's time to remove the restrictions. And I do think that we need grates. The mayor wants 3 grates. I think it's time for us to actually just go down into the cavern layers for a little bit to auto-collect webs. That is, in fact, what we need to do. That is, in fact, what we need to do. Another thing that we need to do is I need to go down to this layer, and we need to dump all of this and all of that. Deadly spittle. It means he spits poison, or would spit poison. Usually it'll like melt your skin off, or make you grow warts, or basically give you leprosy, make all your skin rot off. Sometimes it'll make you just projectile vomit. Sometimes it'll make you fall asleep. The properties of it are very random. But fortunately, my squads are very talented and just simply dodged. Stepped out of the way and didn't have a problem. Wrestlers here? Are you delayed? Fallen Kingdoms? Ah, okay, got it. This makes a lot of sense. I really want to get these dwarves silk. Although I do need to kind of keep an eye on other things on the map. There's a criminal visiting. I'm sure you're up to good. Definitely not no good. Now filling Knav's character. Clearly you're delayed or missed it because they're not monks. There are swords dwarves in training. They literally have swords, or spears. So no. But we are currently dealing with all of the, garbage in the caverns and from that fight, which is why all of this stuff up here in these stockpiles is getting thrown out. It gets thrown out into that tiny little hole, which goes down into here. Oh. I thought I canceled all that. Do not need these smooth. Yeah, this is a pretty fun cavern layer. There's a lot of sketchy stuff, as well as a lot of cobwebs. Also, if I'm playing too fast or if anybody needs explanations, feel free to ask questions. will do my damnedest to give you the best answer I can as quickly as possible. But we're weaving thread into silk, which is very good. I need to take out the recycling myself. I forgot. I didn't forget. I didn't do that all weekend when I was supposed to. We're finding lots of lapis lazuli. Lots of earthworm blood, too. And running through all of this miasma must be rough. Blind cave bear is fighting? Did we win? Sending the squads to go kill it. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to PAX. I've been very concerned and kind of not interested in going to the States for a while. But some things kind of showed up all at once that are like, okay, these are like enough good logical reasons. Are you okay? You know, generally when people scream kill, kill, kill into somebody's chat, like, that's like enough reason to, you know, call the authorities. PAX West, yeah. I mean, it's literally, you are A-okay? Okay, well then keep the caps down to a minimum. It's not necessary. You're rooting for the dwarves? Sure, but you don't need to scream, you know? This isn't Cheese Runner. We're not playing a Hypes Fest. But yes, PAX West. Fallen Kingdoms, here's the thing. How about this? He was embarrassed after sleeping without a proper room, but felt euphoric due to inebriation and didn't feel anything after being unable to pray to Glenglath, beguiled wrenched the frightful strangeness for too long. You have 5 notable kills, 25 other kills, and you have been in this fortress for quite some time, and you're one of my military dwarves. You've killed trolls, goblins, beak dogs, and many named goblins. That's fine. Don't apologize. Just, I don't need you to hog all of chat by yourself by just randomly spewing out words that are typed strangely. Like, talk coherently. Let's have conversations. This isn't a channel where we scream, you know? This is a channel where we chill and play games. And if I don't want to read what you're saying, then I don't want to see it. He is 85 years old, born on the 21st of Fellsight in the year 140. His sideburns are clean shaven and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. Also, trust me, you will thank me on a day when there's a lot more people here and I ask people to calm down. You'll thank me then. He is married to Stukos, fated wires, and is a faithful worshipper of Glengath, beguiled wretch, the frightful strangeness, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, is the female dwarf deity of torture and misery of our faction. So you worship the god of torture and misery. He personally dislikes cooperation, and that checks out, and values a harmonious existence, but finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Doesn't care about fairness and dreams of crafting an art masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is braided. He has a broad chin, and his slightly sunken raw umber eyes have large irises, and his somewhat short ears have nearly fused lobes. His hair is pale taupe with a touch of gray, and his skin is cinnamon. He's basically unbreakable, absolutely inexhaustible, amazingly agile, and very strong, but he is slow to heal. He likes rhyolite, bismuth, shell opal, and clear glass, wild boar hoof, and cotton paper, and mountain geese. Wait, what? Mountains, greaves, not mountain geese. Mountains, greaves, and the sound of the tress of larks. When possible, prefers to consume brown bullhead, and peach cider, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You know, it's weird. You don't often see dwarves that just like mountains. This dwarf just likes mountains. Maybe that's why he moved in here, because we're on a mountain. He never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations and tends to consider what others think of him. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and has a calm demeanor. He prefers to present himself modestly and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Not positive, negative feelings. And he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He has a little interest in joking around and tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He is slow to anger and is a little wasteful when working on projects and does not often feel lustful and occasionally overindulges. And he has a sense of duty. And when he's nervous, he he clicks his tongue. And when he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Guess what, chat? My phone bill's ready to be paid. Gotta go blind. Anniversary to attend. Thank you for the stream. Well, cheers, Rachel. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you much. Have a good attendance at the anniversary. All right, so let's get cloth bits broken down. The lava is actually being snowed on, which is going to make it go away quicker. Quite nice. Very helpful for our cause. Another one? The Fountain Beast Uduma has come. An enormous beakless thrush. It has 2 short tails and it squirms and fidgets. Its teal feathers are fluffed out. Beware its webs. All right, so if this thing... I don't know if this thing can get up to the next level. That's a lot of dead Crundles. Yes, it can. Okay, shit. Because my dwarves got down here, so it has some way up here. Who is that? Well, it was Shortast. Chat, can I get some Fs for Shortast? Who just got kicked in the head, and his head exploded into a lump of gore. Well, I was unaware that my dwarves had a way down. Oh. Oh. Well, that's not good. Apparently there was a downward passage that I must have completely forgotten about. Thought I plugged that. Guess I plugged the other one. Eurysmic Explodey Head. Yeah, pretty much. Eurysmic Explodey Face. All right, well. Sending my military down here. Actually sure how that dwarf got down here. I thought that there was a drop there. Also, hello, Taverish the snake. Can they actually get down here? Yeah, they can, apparently. All right, well. Hello, Infinity. Hope you've been good. So I'm sending the military down to go deal with this thing. Looks like Zuglar is up front. This fortress is very action-packed, in case you hadn't noticed. Also, the only thing we need to become the mountain home is we need to give some gifts to the mountain home. Uh-oh. I just saw webs. There's our Forgotten Beast. Did we just kill it? The Swordmaster slashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her wrath along, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well. Yeah, it's dead. Got him. Who got him? Shoutouts to Rimtar. This dwarf right here. Yeah. Just. No, I think shortest kill I've ever seen was a Forgotten Beast that was literally a blob of water. Came out and it had deadly spittle. And I saw a troglodyte walk past it and just go whap and slap it. It's like the troglodyte slaps the Forgotten Beast in the body and the injured part explodes. So it was literally just like a floating blob of water. And a Forgotten Beast just like popped, or not a Forgotten Beast, a troglodyte popped it. Basically, there's just whap. It was one hit. That's all that it was. Well, I mean, good job, Rimtar. You know what? It's not quite a monk. But if this fits, Phil, you can have this one. Phil doesn't feel anything after seeing a troll's dead body and feels vengeful when joining an existing conflict, and doesn't feel anything when seeing a Gorlak's dead body. Within the last season, she didn't feel anything while she saw Udama die, and didn't feel anything after seeing a Forgotten Beast's body. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, and finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent, would have all masters toppled. Greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Respects the development of a skill, and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. She often feels filled with joy, and she is in a constant state of internal rage. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her detriment, and to the harm of those around her. And she rarely looks on others with lust, and cracks easily under pressure, and often feels envious of others. Welcome to the fortress, Misty Crypt's Phil. Tells ya. Well done. An angry, lazy battle arcanist. Yeah, aren't we all? Few other things about her. Her amethyst eyes have large irises. Her somewhat short ears have small lobes. Her cinnamon skin is wrinkled and her hair is pale taupe mixed with gray. And her medium-length hair is neatly combed. She's unbelievably strong, basically unbreakable, absolutely inexhaustible, incredibly quick to heal, and extremely agile and very rarely sick. Like Spitsmith's Knight, Billin, a fire agate, clown loach, tooth and coral, and the color dark blue single grain wheat for their beer, and the words of the Tenerish meditation and the sound of the tress of larks when possible prefers to consume green devourer, whatever that is, and mock roots, and wine, and can't stand toads. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna jump over to the Dwarf Fortress wiki. Green Devourer. What the hell is that? Green Devourers are very rare creatures who inhabit the third layer of caverns. These tentacled monsters with each tendril ending in a toothy mouth. Oh, I have seen these. Okay. They spawn in a toothy mouth, spawn individually, and wander around the ground, potentially picking fights with other creatures who provoke them, like passing dwarves. They are as large as humans and may deliver some nasty damage to unarmed civilians with their bites, but an armored squad will have very little problem dispatching them. Seems about right. Green Devourer. Cool. You like Green Devourers. Not only is an anarchist, angry, lazy battle anarchist, but also has edgy taste in things they draw fan art of, probably. You look like tentacle vor porn. I mean, Dwarf Fortress literally has tentacle brutes, which are a possible demon that can spawn. And they're described as a clump of many tentacles. This world has them. I know that it does. You know how I know that it does? I haven't seen them, but this cavern layer is all muddy. If there's a muddy cavern layer, that's their bile. So, you know. That's a hentai? Only if you have a fucked up brain that thinks that everything is automatically a hentai or a porn. You know. But how's things, Arch? How's it hanging? If it exists, there's porn for it, yada, 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 yada. Oh. Short ass. The stoneworker's been missing for a week. Gosh, I wonder why. These caverns are pretty dangerous, but... And there's blind cave bears everywhere. Shoutouts to these dwarves that are just dueling with the blind cave bear. Did they win? The papermaker punches the blind cave bear in the upper body with his left hand, bruising the muscle. Literally punched him in the... This dwarf just like... The blind cave bear, right? It's a huge, emaciated-looking bear with great drooping ears and many sharp teeth, found deep underground. Dwarf just punched him. He's like... Ugh! Just winded him. Come on, dwarfies. You guys got it, boys. Slap him. Slap him good. Okay, the rest just ran past him. Okay, how deep is this? Pretty shallow. All right, we're going to pull this lever, but also this lever. Or if he was under a random shot of innocence. I think Tarn knows exactly what he's doing. Discovered a downward passage? Oh, are literally all three cavern layers connected? That's kind of fucked up. I think that some people just don't necessarily automatically assume that everything is porn. I'm kind of one of those people. My brain doesn't always go to porn first. Mostly because I don't generally go out of my way to find hentai, ever. They're always like, well, that's a hentai. It's like, I mean, only if you want it to be. It could also just literally be an octopus. Or a Cthulhu. Cthulhu's not porn. I don't think. Just because somebody wants to crank it to it doesn't mean you need to. Yeah, I saw. Arch, I saw. I've done those before myself. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, so. Trying to clean all these bodies up. But in order to do this safely, gotta clean this area out a little bit. I kind of want to mess around in this lower area a bit. The weaponsmith punches the blind cave bear in the left front leg with his left hand, bruising the muscle. I don't know. I think automatically assuming everything is pornography is kind of like automatically shipping every single character in every single TV show that you enjoy as a married couple or dating, even if that's not written into their character at all in any shape or form. It's just kind of weird and perverse in a way that I actually don't really like all that much. It's like, if it exists, the assumption that it's intended to be something that you crank it to is just weird to me. Like, sure, fucking draw fan art of it, but just because there's a weird tentacly monster doesn't mean it's automatically assumed to be porn, and I honestly think it shouldn't be. If anything, I think it kind of cheapens it a little bit and makes it less exciting and less interesting. It's just suddenly you have an interesting setting or an interesting adversary that's like, you know, Canaverous cave crawlers, right? Which are a creature in Dwarf Fortress. It's literally like a millipede, but instead of like, what's it called? It's literally like a millipede, but instead of having like mandibles, it just has like a circular maw, right? And there's a art piece on the Dwarf Fortress wiki of it, and the last time I showed it, somebody in my chat said /r don't put your dick in that, and it's like, I mean, it's basically like a sandworm from Dune, very similar description, but like, just because it looks vaguely like something you could put your dick into doesn't mean that needs to be the first thing you think of. It's weird that it is. I don't know. I guess I'm not a fan of that part of the internet, I suppose. All right, let's just put a cork in this. While reading DF descriptions. So I got, so it's one off, first off, Tago, that's a funny way of putting that. But I saw somebody say, okay, so this was I'm going to quote a genuine question that I got sent to one of the Tarn talks that I did. It was sent by somebody I've never seen around my chat before. And I don't recognize the name that they submitted it with. But the question quite literally was as follows. Would you ever consider putting some not safe for work or R18/ERP content in Dwarf Fortress? Dwarves have children all the time, and it would be lovely to read what their intimacy is like. And they're just like, if possible for the Steam version, you could put this out as a secondary patch and sell it on your website. And I read that, and I was just like, okay, first off, has this person ever actually played this game before? Second, is this person literally 12? Because no, like, adult speaks like that. So it's like, I feel like I just read some child asking Tarn to put porn in his game. Obviously, I didn't ask him that question, but it was very amusing at the time. And I screenshotted it and sent it to a friend of mine, and he's like, he got a kick out of it. He's just like, yeah, there's some people like that. So, I don't know. Some people just confuse me. I'm waiting for my dwarf to construct this. I'm going to pretend I know what that is, Arch, and just keep on moving with my life. You know, I don't know what it is with some people, but I don't like to work for my pornography. If I have to play a video game to get my porn, it's not worth it. And I'm already out of the mood and I want to go do something else. Also, Chaos Dense is a really good name for a god in Dwarfort. Okay. Let's pop a cork on this. Let's try nice blocks. Are those in range? There we go. That's a construct building job. That's what I need. Go do it, Farana. Possible, but it's hard to tell, right? It's hard to tell. It was one of those questions where it read like a genuine question, but who knows? Yeah, so once I've put this cork in this thing, I'll be able to roam this cavern layer a little bit safer without having to go down to this lower layer where scarier shit hangs out. Yeah, I also don't understand that. It's like, but then again, maybe I just come from an era of people or a type of person that never fully got cartoon porn. Like if that's if you just want to watch Disney characters banging, I guess more power to you, but I will stick to actual humans. Maybe that's like a weird hot take in the current year, but not generally attracted to non-humans because they don't exist, weirdly enough. Also, that is really weird. Wildermyth is a lovely game. Keep that shit out of Wildermyth. There we go. Okay, so we've stuck a cork in that downwards spiral, meaning this cavern layer just got a lot safer. And we can now get back out into there. Let's see how we're doing for... Let's jump over to stocks. Got a cloth. Yeah, we're doing for cloth. Blocks is getting pretty high, and we're about to be able to start melting down that goblinite we just acquired. Cave spider silk cloth pigtail. There we go. We got a bunch. Turning off all my squads, giving them all a break. That being said, completely unrelated to, you know, pornographic content, but the fact that Tarn has joined Team Manure when it comes to important substances that should be added to Dwarf Fortress, I can't wait to make a poop cannon. Because there's something glorious about, you know, your enemy, you know, being in the same space as you and you just firing all of your cattle's manure at them. I'm in. I'm in. Also, we're getting rid of all these bodies now. That's so many dead Gorlaks. Holy shit. All of those G's are Gorlaks. Is there any magic in DF? Sort of. I mean, like, there's necromancy. There's necromancy, and then the intelligent undead creatures that were basically liches that were raised from the dead by necromancers have the often have several specific abilities. They can like shoot icicles out of their hands. They can throw small flame balls. They can what's it called? Cause things to be paralyzed from a distance, almost like force powers in Star Wars, that sort of thing. So that's kind of cool. Also, the most of that stuff is just like the precursors to, or like the basics needed for the Myths and Magic expansions, which are very far from. Myths and Magic stuff is years away, but that's more of like a complete rebuild of the entire game that Tarn has had in the planning stages for ages. So yeah, there is kind of magic in Dwarf Fortress, and I mean, there's also like, you know, dragons and forgotten beasts, and forgotten beasts are just randomly generated monsters, like the glass one that we just fought. Be right back. Here you go. It's in the sink. Done. And we're in a heat wave still, so soda water. It's the stuff. Seems the Forgotten Beasts breathes poisonous gas or dust does seem to be like natural abilities rather than magical. I mean, I would consider breathing fire to be magical. But you know, I guess it depends on what you consider to be magical. For me, it's more the construction of them. I mean, like, the boogeymen and a lot of the night creatures are basically magical. Like, if not magical, then, like, what is a cryptid, right? Like, that kind of thing, where it's, like, are they magic? No, but cryptids are maybe, like, one step removed from that sort of thing. Be cool to have runesmiths or dwarf mages. You're not going to get that until Mists and Magic. And I have no idea how it's going to work. We don't talk about the Baby Yaga. I mean, what about the Boston Baked Bean Boy? If anybody here understands that reference, you get like 10 imaginary internet points and a Cool Kids badge. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of cryptids, and like Dwarf Fortress practically has cryptids in it. Like there are multiple creatures in this game that I know exist in this game that I've never seen, and I have tens of thousands of hours in this game at this point, probably. Like, if I've played this game for, like, let's just say 10,000+ hours, and I've never seen a specific type of creature in this game, it's really fucking rare. Ever show up in Fortress mode? Yes and no. There are some ways that they can, but no, not generally. They can, sort of, but no, not really. If you settle on one, they can show up, but they're more of a adventure mode adversary. I mean, like, the boogeymen only show up in one biome and only in adventure mode. Meaning, like, they're practically like a nightmare or a cryptid. You know, it's like, it's something that you'll only see in a certain mode of the game, in a certain zone in the game. What, night creatures? No, that's not. Necromancers don't make night creatures. Necromancers make experiments, which do show up in Fortress mode. Necromancer experiments are like mini forgotten beasts, right? And can sometimes like leave the necromancers and like start their own factions, which are kind of rad. Or join other factions, rather. I mean, I had a fortress once, which I played on my birthday. So it was like a one-off fort. And our outpost liaison for that faction was a necromancer experiment, which was hundreds of years old and was a winged, feathered, humanoid creature with a scaly face and a beard. And it was a humans that had been experimented on like hundreds of years earlier, which were, as far as I can tell, had their lives greatly extended. And literally all it would do is it would show up, it would trade, and then it would fly at the highest possible tile in the center of the map until it was time for them to leave. Like, they would never go, like, even when I had an open tavern, they never went into the tavern. They would just fly above the map and, like, watch. It was like a weird gargoyle thing. It was kind of rad. Like, stuff like that. I don't know, that stuff's like just that far away from being magical, right? It's like you literally have like a feathered gargoyle, like a diplomat, basically, that just like floats in the sky and watches. And that shit's cool as hell. Winter is upon us. It's now been one season. Let's see, we've fought 2 forgotten beasts and a siege. It's been a hell of a season so far, let me tell you. You know, chat room, we're getting to a point now where everybody's just trying to make a Steam Deck. Oh, fuck's this thing? Although apparently this thing is... Oh, okay. It's like a controller attachment for phones, for cloud gaming services. That's actually kind of neat. Huh. Neat.
Cripplerk.
discount Switch. I mean, a phone literally is a Switch. Some phones are probably more powerful than Switches. Hey, Kat. It's good to see you. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy your lurks. Kind of is cool. It's literally just a controller for phones. Because, like, you know, while most cloud services have, what's it called? Compatibility with phones. But nobody uses them because who in their right mind would, you know, want to play, I don't know, Assassin's Creed on your phone without a controller. It's like crazy, that concept. My throat's having a hard time today. Did a whole lot of talking when I went on that hike. At like loud volumes. While shouting over my shoulder to my friend a couple meters behind me and almost completely lost my voice the next day, so. Leave, eh? I need to force these dwarves to take a break. What is this? Ah! Forgotten Beast's mangled foot. Gotta love it. Game's a wee bit laggy. We'll just let them finish filling up this stockpile and then this will cease being an issue. These dwarves all need a break. Necromancer Milker has shared many tales from beyond Threatdweller. Check the news. Not really. Oh, there's something going on up here. These goblins appear to be invading Orchurfoot. The Plague Toads are marching on Orchurfoot. Plague Toad sounds like like a rash that you'd get on your foot. I really need these dwarves to start, you know, doing more useful things. Where are you going? Where are you going? This dwarf's apparently going to go dump something. I don't even know what it is. Oh. Apparently I've got a lot more things set to be dumped than I realized. Guess I should just leave them. Let them do it. Kind of keep an eye on what this necromancer's doing up here. And once they're through most of that, we got to go down to here. Get all this stuff melted. Let's get all of it claimed. And make sure that we have a melt metal object job, which we do. Now we've got objects for melting. Get back to that. Yeah, I don't know. Something I've been wondering about the Steam Deck, and this is just me thinking out loud. You guys think that Valve is going to put out like a Steam Deck 2023 or like an upgraded version of the Steam Deck in a year or two? Or do you think that they're just gonna be like, yeah, everybody go, here's the fucking design spec, go make your own. And just get like a Samsung deck and I don't know, LG deck and just like they tried to do with the Steam machines previously, an Alienware Steam Deck. Kind of, you know, kind of an interesting concept for where that stuff's gonna go. Uh-oh, Dwarf was found dead. What happened to you? I'm not sure. Minor Udil. Miner punches a blind cave bear right rear leg. You get hit by a cave bear? What killed you then? I don't know if there's enough of a market for handheld PCs for many companies to compete in it. I think it kind of depends on... I mean, like, here's the thing. There's already handheld PCs, right? There's already a lot of handheld PCs. The thing is... like, especially in, like, Japan, they're quite popular already. Like, it's not exactly a unique idea, right? It's something that's existed widely for a while. And I don't think that phones fill the same niche. Simply based on the fact that, like, I can't take my phone and go install the Ubisoft launcher and play Trackmania on my phone. There are ways I could play Trackmania on my phone, but it's not as straightforward as that. Well, I don't know if you're not necessarily strictly wrong. It's certainly a small market, but I think that if they can be cost competitive with consoles and provide a better alternative to something like the Switch, which has proven to be very popular, I think that they could fill largely the same niche as the Switch, which is already quite a large niche, obviously, because people still buy Switches. It's like PC versus gaming PC. Elaborate? I think I may have fucked up a little bit. You know what? Actually, let's just... I was like, you know what? Let's try and reclaim this cavern lair. I think we need to halt on that for a bit. I think we need to halt on that for a little bit. Let's just... give it a minute. Let all of these dwarves get back inside. Back to just taking care of these dwarves. You are moving very slowly there, little dwarf. Full tag, the engraver's been taken by a Fey mood. If you push it hard enough? I suppose so. That's the one that I was, or one of the ones that I was following. There we go. Drop the stuff and get inside, dwarves. It seems to just be a drain on mental capacity for these dwarves, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, because I can use that to make them hardened, but if I stress too many of them out too quickly, then we're just going to end up with spirals. Well, not spirals, but we're going to end up with tantrums, which I don't really want. I do have a pretty good prison system set up already, though, so I can just lock them up. Although the bigger drain on their mental capacity isn't actually the cavern reclaiming, it's the lack of drinks from spending so much time in caverns. All right, let's pull that lever. Okay. Well, they can get drinks now because they don't have to run all the way across the map twice. There's also the fact that this map is about 3 times the size of a normal map. So the travel distance takes a lot longer. Pulling some levers. Yeah, I mean, when I zoom out all the way, this map goes all the way up to there, all the way over to there, and all the way over to there. So it's like, my fortress is like just a tiny corner of this map, which is why I have like a second tower being constructed over here. So yeah, it's a pretty large map. But no real frame rate issues. I mean, it's a little stuttery in places, but nothing major. And Fulltag is being on a mysterious construction. It's a crafts dwarf shop, and they literally just grabbed a piece of coal. They're just gonna write somebody's name on it and be like, it's from Santa. Or rather, I guess lignite, which is coal ore. Something kind of interesting that I learned about in this fort is if you set coal ore lignite on fire, it burns for literally about a year. So it will literally just sit there and smolder and burn for quite literally a year, which is kind of awesome. Makes you want to know if you can put burning lignite into minecarts and then shoot them at people, but I don't think I have the game knowledge to be able to do that. Although I'll be completely honest with you guys, I've completely lost all interest in doing anything with minecarts in this version of Dwarf Fort. I'm just waiting for the UI rework because everybody complains about the military screen. The part of the Dwarf Fortress UI that bothers me to the point where I don't want to use it, it's the minecart UI. It's nothing else. It's literally just the minecart UI. Oh, there we go. Well, my damaged elf threw a tantrum, although that was a very short tantrum. By damaged, I mean like their legs no worky. They committed a crime a while ago and tantrumed previously and got pulverized. So not very wise, should I say. Don't commit crimes in this fort. You will get flattened. Conglomerate. And conglomerate. Now I'll be able to build this up and not have to worry about it too much. Cool. We got dwarves that are melting down all of this. Well, would you look at that? Volteg, the engraver, has created OK Onlishun, a Lignite toy boat, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Uzal Seal Guilds. Gonna seal this guild. Burden End. Burden End. It's a Lignite toy boat. All cross-door ship is of the highest quality. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in Lignite. Feels like a somber, kind of sad artifact. I don't know why. Forgotten beast in coal called Burden End? Burden End. Just sounds like something that, you know, be made out of sadness, not out of happiness. Oh, also, this subject came up last stream. Joking about Dwarf Fortress NFTs, and then someone pointed me towards somebody who was trying to sell Dwarf Fortress Worlds as NFTs on a certain NFT marketplace. I sent it to KitFox, and they're working on getting it taken down. Because, like Minecraft, Dwarf Fortress doesn't allow people to make NFTs out of the game, which I think is cool. Makes me happy. Although, fortunately, whoever has minted all of those hasn't sold a single one, so it's just kind of a sad collection to begin with. I don't know who did that, which one of you hooligans did that, but fortunately, nobody seems to care anyway. NFTs are the future. Now, are you saying this as somebody who's probably applied to a couple Web3 groups? Or are you saying that as sarcasm? Or are you saying that just genuinely? They just don't know what the future is? I mean, does anybody? I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is going to take down all of Facebook trying to become VR chat. But, you know, not like Facebook would ever be able to be anywhere as interesting as VR chat. I mean, even VR chat isn't as interesting as VR chat anymore. Let's make this a little bit more open. It's a bit too tight. It worked when it wasn't as heavily trafficked, but I ain't going to be fair to Facebook, if that's what you're referring to. But to be fair, go on. Yes, okay, yes, then we agree. VR chat's doing a very good job destroying VR chat. So if VR chat can't even keep VR chat, Mark Zuckerberg certainly can. That they changed their name based on an unreleased product? I mean, I personally hope that Elon Musk destroys his empire by pretending he wanted to buy Twitter for a minute. And I'm also hoping that Mark Zuckerberg destroys his empire for just not admitting to the world that, you know, he's got a cat girl fetish. But he wants to sell the cat girl costumes and wants to design them. Nobody else can. It has to be on his marketplace. When in reality, like, fucking Grand Theft Auto Online is a better metaverse than anything Meta could do. What? You heard me. I get, like, this massive schadenfreude watching very, very out-of-touch rich people fuck up in public. It's funny. It's just fucked up. Wait, what? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a cat girl fetish. Lots of people have cat girl fetishes. Like, that's not the weird bit. The weird bit is he wants to control it and be the one to sell it. That's the bad bit. Having a cat girl fetish and hanging out on VR chat's totally fine. Or VR chat alternatives, I guess, these days. That's totally fine. But, like, wanting to control the entirety of it, that's a little weird. Based on those signatures of people who were well-known since 2003. I mean, fucking Roblox has, like, limited edition items that can be bought and sold on an in-game marketplace. Fucking Roblox has had that stuff since, like, 2011. But yes, I'm aware that Worm Online has had that as well for ages, but... I mean, fucking RuneScape has party hats if you want to, like, go down, like, rare items being sold. Rabbit holes. That was a sentence? Which one? I've said a lot in the last few minutes. I'm just kind of in a rambly mood right now. While I smooth up a hallway and widen it a bit. Meanwhile, this dwarf is meditating on pregnancy. Good luck with that. Oh, the total control. Gotcha. I mean, what else do you think Meta wants? They want to be the only account that you log into everything with. They want to control your entire photo album. The only time Meta actually successfully grows as a company, or Facebook successfully grows as a company, is when they buy out rapidly growing other apps, like WhatsApp and Instagram. They never really come up with anything on their own, and everything that they've come up with on their own since Facebook itself has been a bad idea. Like, they're not exactly a particularly consistent innovator in the current era. Maybe 2007, sure, but it's been a long time since, hey kids, post to your wall and post your relationship status. It's been a long time since those days. And they're also destroying their only hope of actually building a successful metaverse by, you know, jacking up the price of the Oculus Rift. Or the Oculus Go, or the, is it the Go or the Quest? I don't even fucking know. But they're increasing the price of their VR headsets by $100. So, you know, like, sure, they've been selling them at a loss this whole time, but still. All right, there we go. That's widened up a lot. It's much better. Also, if anybody has any questions about the fort, I'm totally okay with talking about much more on-topic things. Chat was quiet for a minute there, so I got kind of babbly. Currently, what we need is better clothing for everybody in the fort, because most of these dwarves' clothing is terrible, so... Problem is I don't have enough cloth to do this. Which is why I wanted to reclaim that area, but... Selling personal info has become a little touchy lately. Just because they had a massive cash cow that became a little touchy doesn't mean that they've been good at innovating. In order to keep up with things, you have to innovate. You have to be like TikTok and put out something that lights the world on fire and gets everybody excited for your company, regardless of how creepy it is. Facebook has been really bad at that as of late, and they've only gotten worse. i.e. getting people excited for a product that they have to shove in your face. All right, so we've fixed that overflowing issue. Let's just hope that we can, well, yeah, let's just hope that we can keep it fixed. I'm just surprised by how quickly it overflowed that last time. What the heck happened to all of my... Okay, whatever. Facebook was really good for the first 4 or so years that they existed. There's a reason why everybody ditched MySpace. It's because they were better than MySpace. And they provided a different service than Twitter. Facebook was good for a while there. They've ceased being good for a very long time, but they were good at one point. Are you actually making me defend Facebook? What's wrong with you, man? You know what? Yeah, you can throw a tantrum out here in the middle of nowhere. That's totally fine. Don't hurt anybody, please. Let's deal with all these bodies. And deal with all these bodies. Hello, Deadliest. Good day. This is a Threatdweller. We're trying to get the queen of my faction into this fort. The kind of fun thing about the queen of this faction, though, the Plank of Nations, the queen is Elomino, who's one of my dwarves from a previous fort. What, from me about Facebook? I mean, Facebook was great. For about 1.5 years that I was on it. It was awesome. Used it all the time. Good fun. And then it very rapidly went downhill. Because every other social media surpassed it very quickly. I mean, it's kind of rad. I mean, Wilmer, who was one of my previous dwarves, is the outpost liaison of the faction, and then the other one is the queen. Not totally sure how that happened. This is not the cheese runner you fell in love with? We'll stream cheese runner a little later tonight. Or Fortress is better. But I do like cheese runner. You knew what you were tuning in for. At least I think. Cheese runner is like weirdly addictive though. Weirdly fun. The hell to that person who got far and away #1. Although there's nobody in the world playing Cheese Runner right now, so maybe I do need to stream it again. It's funny. Every single one of their all-time like peaks for player base has been when I'm streaming it, so. If anybody's confused by blind, what the fuck's Cheese Runner? It's this thing. Go buy it. It's $3. It's good fun. It's really good for just like non-thinking game. Also, blue snow cones a fucking uber haxer. Like the hell. The hell, man. The hell. How do you do that? I can't even get 20 million in a run, and now that person's just like, booyah! 400,000. Or 400 million. Let's just get the rest of this clothing out of here. What we got for bars? 17 adamantine wafers, 27 steel. Buttload of copper. I can make sterling silver, which is not useful for anything but furniture and such. Yeah, I do like me some cheese runner though. Did I prepare that without getting a dwarf stuck back there? Yes. Perfect. All right, let's check in with this little construction over on this side. Got it a little bit further. So once again, diorite floor, fellite walls. with our Fool's Gold pillar. Shining gold. This is literally just a Fortress vanity project. All it really is. But I hope you've had a good weekend, Deadliest. Looking forward to if we get any major news tomorrow for Dwarf Fort, because I don't know, the fact that they're putting on a panel in which is a live demo of Dwarf Fortress at PAX in like less than a month now. Man, that's happening on Friday the 2nd. Like in 3 weeks. Yeah, less than 3 weeks. Almost 2.5 weeks. That's exciting to me. Like 2 and a bit weeks, and we will all get to see Dwarf Fortress Premium played live. Because I don't know, something I'm excited for. The post that as Tarn put up yesterday talked about getting good biome grasses and evil biome grasses into the game. Well, that's cool. Oh no. You have the whole week off now? Very bored? Painting minis? Yeah, well, hey. It's better to have the week off than get other people sick. And hopefully it's quick and easy and mild symptoms. At least you got video games and Twitch. Yeah, that's something I've been super excited to see for a while. You could play Dwarf Fortress for a week easily. You could just generate a single world for a week and do nothing else. Although you could also, you know, like read a book or paint minis, or what kind of minis you painting? Will be as eye-scarringly cyan? I doubt it. I mean, they'll be covered in bubble bulbs, whatever bubble bulbs are. I'm assuming they won't be as cyan. I mean, like, if you look at Dwarf Fortress, like, none of this is as eye-scarringly bright as it has been previously, right? So, what I really want, actually, is I just want a new trailer, because, like, this is the only trailer we have, right? Is this trailer. That's it. And this is so outdated, and we know for a fact that this entire trailer is fake. It's literally just, like, early concept images cut together. So, I would really like to see an actual trailer for Dwarf Fortress. But they probably won't do that until they have a release date. Although they might actually have a release date in mind. It's hard to say, though. Chaos Knight box set? Ooh. Actually, I'm curious about something. So, it's been this way for a little bit now, but they moved the API release date to the 19th of January. Still, and considering that officially they're still, in quotes, aiming for fall, I have a feeling it's sooner than that, but it's hard to say. It is indeed hard to say. I respect the hell out of anybody who paints 40K minis. Those things look so cool. Oh no, 2 dwarves got stuck on the wall. Well. There's a room on my Discord called Post Art, where people post minis every now and again. What, 40k minis, Arch? Have you ever thought about streaming 40k mini painting? You and Bellinair could do stuff with that. I'm really hopeful it'll be out this fall. And like weirdly convinced it'll be out this fall, but who knows? Although, I'm weirdly hopeful I'll be able to play it at PAX, but we'll see. You get like 2 viewers? I'll tell you what I always tell you. Don't fucking stream at 2 o'clock in the morning. I know that you're going to be like, time zones! And I'll be like, don't fucking stream at 2 o'clock in the morning. If you stream at 5 o'clock in the morning, you'll have 5 viewers. Instead of 2. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Should start a YouTube channel, though. You could be like Warhammer Krendor. Just talk very chill-like about painting minis while filming yourself painting minis. The Friendly Floors, a performance troupe is visiting. I wonder what kind of music the Friendly Floors play. They certainly play the We Leave Books at the Edge of the Map. Well, oh, it seems to be an elf poet and a dwarf. Yeah, it's an elf and a dwarf. They're Friendly Floors. They definitely don't play, You could have Arch... no, here's the thing. You could have Arch plays stuff, right? Then your official account, which is something else stuff. And then you could have Arch Warhammer stuff. There you go. Or Arch Wast! Either or. I'm sure you can make it work. The branding doesn't quite write itself, but... We just made Masterpiece socks. That's pretty good. Also, all of this was scarringly cyan blue, and I kind of burnt it all with the lava, so now it's all a nice gray. The fascism depicted in 40k was far too light, and he needed to go heavier on it? Oh, well, I mean, this seems to be like a you and a naming scheme problem. You know, there's a lot of people that have similar-ish names to me, and I don't constantly reference it and keep them relevant. You know, if somebody has a similar name to you, the most that you don't like, that did shitty things, the worst thing you can do for yourself is constantly reference them and educate everybody about their existence. Like, you told me about that once before. I totally forgot. You constantly reminding me of it ruins the name for me and you. So the best thing you can do is stop referencing it. Let's put this dwarf in my army. Get this stuff training again. Gilded Messiahs is such a good name for a squad. Oh my god. So, like, let's just say there's a certain YouTuber I don't like. There is one. I really don't like him. The worst thing I can do is constantly bring up the fact that I don't like him and that he exists. Because it just reminds people and reinforces the existence of that person. If you don't like somebody, or if somebody said something shitty or did something shitty or is famous in a niche community, the worst thing you can do is constantly remind people that they exist. Because ideally people like that slowly fall into obscurity to be replaced by better people. I don't think we need the friendly force in this fortress. We're doing all right. We have 174 dwarves in the city of Threatdweller already. 174 citizens. They're not all dwarves, but I don't think we need any more. But Arch, you're smart. You know that I'm right. Why is there just, like, clothing and crap all over the tavern floor? Why do they throw all that stuff away? Probably all dumping it, actually, because the new clothing is being made. You know what? Copper chest. 200. Let's make 200 copper chests. I got shit tons of copper and I don't know what to do with it, so let's do that. Angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument, and didn't feel anything after seeing a Crundle's dead body. And is wearing a troll for a loincloth. I'm so sorry for your loss, child. I hope that you recover from that scarring moment when it falls off of your body. It's a strange thing to not hear in context, but, you know. So is what it is. What the fuck? Huh. Weird, I've never seen quivers on top of bins like that. More than it's just a tongue-in-cheek acceptance and never utilize the Warhammer term in my brand. You know, Arch, I like you. But sometimes you're kind of insufferable. Because I completely understand what you're saying, and your absolute dismissal of my takes is a little bit distressing to me. But whatever. Live your life. Where the heck are we getting conglomerate from? I guess it's still all just on the other side of the map at this point. How many blocks have I got from that job? I don't really want them walking that much further. I don't need those. Those. Don't need that. Definitely don't need those either anymore. Let's just work on that. Perfect. We're just working on chests for bedrooms for stored items. I guess we can start working on jewelry. What? Okay, well, allow me to reiterate my point. The worst thing that you can do is go around spreading it to people who may or may not already know it, thus educating them on the subject. Let the person fall off into obscurity over time and move on. Constantly bringing it up is only one thing, and that's damaging to you and your name since you share a name with the person. So stop fucking talking about it in my chat. Christ almighty, Jesus Christ. Go drink some goddamn soda and move on with your afternoon. Forget about it. It doesn't fucking matter. There's lots of assholes out there, right? It's that simple. If somebody shares a name with you, don't talk about them. All you're doing is taking the lovely conversations that we were having about somebody else that was painting minis, derailing the fucking conversation, making it about somebody that you don't like in the first place, and ruining everybody's day. And ruining a fun conversation. You brought the whole thing up. You started the whole subject yourself. If it's a bad person, fucking don't talk about it. Who cares? Irrelevant twit heads exist. It doesn't matter. Gosh. Let's keep building this goddamn tower. Same reason I don't talk about the, like, mermaid concentration camps that certain community members in Dwarf Fortress made for years. Reminding people that shitty things exist doesn't benefit anybody. How's the bridge going? Long way to go. Long way to go. We're not even halfway done. Maybe an eighth of the way done, actually. Maybe. What is this bridge bridging across? My ego? It's literally just, like, over top of this, right? Which is just a kind of a between two peaks of a mountain. Because, like, this is, or was a peak until I dug a fortress into it. And then this side over here is another peak that I'm building a tower on. So this is going to be a big tower over here. And no, it doesn't serve any sort of practical purpose. I'm basically just building two forts on one mountain because it's fun. That's literally all I'm doing. So the whole kind of point is to have it like maybe a secondary stronghold. Maybe like, I'm just kind of spitballing here because I don't actually know. I just know that I want to build a tower. Maybe I will set this up as like tavern. Was that a brook? Yeah, there's a brook in the middle. Maybe I'll set it up as like a multi-layer tavern library thing and put a bunch of food over there and lock the door normally. And then when there's a siege, we abandon this side of the fort and run over to that side or something. I don't know. Yeah, there's some... Well, I was going to widen it, actually. Because right now it goes to that. But I think I could widen it and make it into a wider, more epic thing. Like, I could just channel out this entire thing right here and just have, like, kind of it flow into maybe, like, a half-moon-shaped thing and then off of a big cliff instead of just being a brook. Because I can widen it pretty easily. I mean, that weird... almost N-looking thing there. A stray pet swan has been missing for a week. Whoops. I could, like, widen that and do something interesting with that there and make it into a cooler thing. But, I don't know. It's more of a vanity project. It doesn't need to be practical. Just like most things in Dwarf Fortress, it's just a vanity project. But this is also all flooring. One of the changes with Premium that I can't fucking wait for is going to be the, oh, you can build walls on constructed floors, which I am so excited for. Not being able to build walls on constructed floors is a pain in the ass. Oh. It's only been mentioned like I think once in the Future of the Fortress, and then there was it's been mentioned like twice. Once in Future of the Fortress, and then once just as a, what's the word I'm looking for here? Once for the Future of the Future of the Fortress, and then once in a blog post. So it's just like kind of a throwaway, oh yeah, by the way, we're also doing this thing. And the, oh yeah, by the way, we're also doing this is the, we've also made it so that you can build on constructed floors now. Which is like, yay! Also, this has nothing to do with Dwarf Fortress. Has anybody else seen this? Fucking Pocket Dungeons is getting a remake? Or Desktop Dungeons, rather, not Pocket Dungeons. Desktop Dungeons is getting a remake. Well, traditional roguelike. I think it looks kind of rad. Hopefully it's good. It's got a weird, like, rewind thing where you can have, like, another chance at not dying, but as an alternative play mode. I think it looks cool. Really curious to see how this thing turns out. As somebody who likes proper roguelikes. Also, we're naming steel spears and more swords. Keen as hell on that. How's that sad dwarf up there doing? Feels wonder after learning about wrestling. Wonder after learning about striking, but didn't feel anything upon improving striking. What a sad life. You don't feel anything after improving striking. That's gotta be one of the greatest joys a dwarf could have. What are we doing on clothing? Yeah, I'm there. Still making clothing? Working on those copper chests, hell yeah. Yeah, we are. Look at that. Didn't think we'd have enough cloth to get most of that done. But we're doing it. What do you mean by making constructions? I kind of like having to build scaffolding and all that stuff to be able to do large constructions. Oh, I mean, like, constructions are going to be click and drag. Click, drag a square. Like, you know, Dwarf Fortress currently has some very simple mouse support where you can kind of do this. But it's literally just going to be like click, drag, and it's going to make a square like a normal video game. But we'll also have the keyboard control to be able to do this. So, I'm excited. Nope, nope, that was phthalite, not diorite. I don't know if there will be a max size, but you'll be able to draw boxes. Although, if it's walls, I wouldn't recommend that, because they will block off the inside and then have to... And then you'll have to, like, forbid stuff and do that manually, so I don't think that'll change too much. But for floors, yeah. You'll just be able to draw boxes. But with a mouse, that stuff will be a lot quicker. You know, I guess I'm just weird where I don't actually think of any of this stuff in that you're talking about as clunky or annoying or wonky. Like, it's just Dwarf Fortress. But I guess I just play too much of this game to really notice. It's like, I guess it's wonky, but I guess I don't think of it as wonky. Even a hollow box tool wouldn't work with walls? I don't think a hollow box tool would be helpful in the first place. Like, at all. Just straight lines is more than enough. Straight lines and diagonals is all you'd really need. Because it's not like you need to double up walls ever. There's no reason to build more than one at a time in a line. Unless you're trying to do something artistic, at which point then, yeah, you might as well just build one at a time. Or one line at a time, I guess. Because you're probably specifying specific materials for each block, and it's like, at that point, then you're just making your life harder for yourself than you need to. By intentionally screwing up the pathing, like, what's the point? Dwarf Fortress is, like, the thing about Premium is Dwarf Fortress is still just going to be Dwarf Fortress. For better or for worse, it will always be Dwarf Fortress. As pretty as it's going to look, it's still going to be the same game. And you know what? I'm happy for that. Without that, I'd be very sad. There's something about the janky weirdness that is Dwarf Fortress that's just kind of unlike anything else. Yes, that's what I mean by Dwarf Fortress is still Dwarf Fortress. Serious guy. Of course they can. So a lot of tools that people would want or ask for, like, I see a lot of, like, people talking about certain things that they want in Dwarf Fortress, right? And I say this because, like, you know, I have a comment section on a pretty, not sizable, but, like, not small YouTube channel. And the result of that is I see a lot of random, borderline nonsensical questions and requests being asked for, right? Of people being like, I want this feature, or I want this feature, or can you just do this feature? Like, it's easy. It's like those people that just say, just add multiplayer forehead. Let's make 100 brass cabinets. So for those people that just state, oh, just add this thing because it's easy. A lot of those things often fall into the category of, oh, just fix the pathing. And it's like, well, I mean, yes, but you want to wait another year while Tarn rewrites all of the pathing for Dwarf Fortress? I mean, like, so will Dwarf Fortress still be weird? Yes. Otherwise, it would be a different game. Would agree. It's like there was somebody on the subreddit a couple days ago, or maybe a little over a week ago now, that posted something along the lines of they wanted a request to select a dwarf, any dwarf, and give them a specific order to move. Basically, they said they were just like, I'm tired of like trying to build something and then a dwarf is just standing in the way and the job gets canceled. And then literally like every single response to that thread was quite literally the same thing, stating, well, I mean, that wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress because half of the charm of Dwarf Fortress is that the dwarves have enough characteristics and free will that they can just kind of fuck with the player in a way. Like, the dwarves are as big of a threat to your fortress as anything attacking your fortress. And that's kind of what's lovely about Dwarf Fortress is that they're just a bunch of unreliable nincompoops, and that's what makes Dwarf Fortress so great. So them not being able to reliably construct something means that you have to, like, operate within, like, dwarf logic, which is, as the player, which I think, personally, is a lot of fun. But also some people find utterly insufferable, which is why some people really don't like this game. And why so many people bounce off of it. But that's also kind of, to me at least, what gives Dwarf Fortress a lot of its charm. So, I don't know. They can't reliably do anything. Even when it's like their best skill. They still probably can't reliably do it. You want to practice a martial art too? Alright, go practice about martial art then. Spring has arrived. Happy springtime. RimWorld colonists are very different than Dwarf Fortress. Than dwarves from Dwarf Fortress, I'll put that. Hey, look, delete Facebook is trending again. Okay, that's concerning. I don't recommend clicking on this link, but if you want to know what I'm going to reference for the next minute, look at that. Oy vey. Since we were talking so lovingly about Facebook earlier. Literally, yeah. Wait, literally. Oh my god, he's back again. So this werepossum. So I mentioned, chat, I mentioned earlier that this map is very large, right? It's a much larger map than the average map. This werepossum, was made into a werepossum in a previous fortress of mine quite a while ago. And keeps on, I guess, entering the map to attack me, right? And halfway into the map, de-stealths, attacks a wombat or a gnome or some other random animal at the edge of the map, de-stealths, and then leaves the edge of the map. This keeps happening. But because there's so many wombats and various other wild animals around the edge of the map, once they break stealth, they immediately leave, like, try to leave the map afterwards. So it's never actually made it to my fortress. Because every single time it enters the edge of the map, and instead of, like, stealthing in and getting spotted by one of my dwarves, oh, there he is. Actually trying this time. Almost never makes it to my fort. He's tried so many times. Okay, so the werepossum administrator, Cyril, Litolkogath has come. A large opossum twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow yellow. Its charcoal hair is short and even. And now you will know why you fear the night. And it's berserk. I'm sorry to say this, Nish, but I think you're dead. Finally got to one of my dwarves. Okay, killed Nish. And, this child's just playing make-believe, and he runs away. Okay, let's see. Can I send my dwarves to deal with you? I doubt they'll make it there in time, but hey, I can try. Like, why is the game so laggy? Oh, it's paused. That's not how Dwarf Fortress works, Raz, but it just means that they're a trained military dwarf. It's literally all it means. And he made it off the edge. Hey, a vile force of darkness has arrived. Look at that. What timing. All right, chat. Can I get a round of beers for all these goblins that are about to fucking die? Once again. No, the ghosts in the code are the gremlins. Come on. All right, so we slam the gates shut. Are you gonna close that other gate? Somebody gonna go close that gate? Anybody? Rith is going to come and pull the lever. I love the fact that the where creature leaves the map and then the army shows up like moments after. I think we're going to have to go siege the bads after this. Here cometh the goblins. Actually, this is a very small goblin siege. What? This is a very small siege. It's like not even a page. And it's just goblins. They didn't bring any real soldiers with them. Well, chat, is it worth dumping lava on them? Or should I just ruffle stomp them? Because I've got almost more soldiers than they do. And mine are way stronger. What do you think? As I could just slam my dudes through them and then burn their corpses as insult to injury. Raffle stomp them. Give my dwarves the glory. I mean, they will enter into this area, and my dwarves will all be... You know what? Let's station the dwarves, like, right here. And we'll just use the lava as a cleaning solution. Oh, no! Seems like I have an elf who's tantruming. 2 counts of vandalism against this elf. Looks like someone's going to prison. From the looks of things. This is an elf that joined as part of a performance troupe a little while ago. Was good friends with my mayor, who's also an elf. Just slapped one of my... Oh, now he's starting a fist fight with somebody. Is going after one of my metal crafters, punched him. And punched him again. I will guess that there will probably be more counts of vandalism afterwards. Where are you going? Hydra Slayer, do you have to do that? What squad are you in? The Disemboweled Sabers. Back up there, Dwarf. The fighting all has to take place in here. Rith appears to be going around the corner. Splat. Let's move everybody up. Looks like the last hit was the Swordmaster strikes the Goblin Hammerman in the head with his sword, bruising the muscle, jamming the skull through the brain, and tearing the brain. I don't really know what to say, but hopefully it ceases sooner rather than later. Hopefully some Advil helps or something. Looks like the very brave Hydra Slayer is once again going up ahead of everything. For reasons unknown, you brave bastard. Oh, look at that. All right, well, I don't really want to do it this way, but I guess we are. The dwarves charge against the goblin forces. Looks like Sonderbar appears to have run into problems, and looks like we did actually lose a dwarf to the goblin siege, but frankly, Sonderbar was never the happiest dwarf. The Swordmaster slashes the goblin in the lower arm with his steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. We've got swords cutting arms off. A Swordmaster stabs the goblin bowman in the upper body with his adamantine short sword, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the right lung through the cave spider soap cloak, and an artery has been opened by the attack. As a man, I don't really have anything I can say, Bastet, so... And Looks like they are splitting. Back my dwarves up. You headed to bed, Raz? Slam that shut. Get the rest of the dwarves out of there. And Sondabar knew what they were getting themselves into. They get a Viking's funeral. Pulls the lever. Top lever's been pulled as well. Can disable that and let them go wherever. Looks like my elf is getting a beating. And here comes the lava to deal with the remains. Easy siege. Easy life. PAX budget is in fact via tips, yeah. Because everything else won't, like, actually hit my bank account until, like, 14 days after the event. Oh no, a cavy boar was found dead. Must have died of old age this spring. Besides, I like to be a little bit more honest when it comes to those and how much money I need versus like subs where it's like this weird kind of hard to identify amount. Oh, one of my dwarves has been possessed. An administrator. What dwarf in my military? Yeah, you are. One of my military dwarves has been possessed. Look at that. Neat. Claims a crafts dwarf shop. Go make us something cool, dwarf. Couple invaders are still on the map, but they're all pretty far away. Let those flow a little further, and we'll lock the whole thing. Yeah, damn, that thing fills up quickly. Quickly. Kind of mysterious construction. I wonder why the artifacts suddenly got so simple. We had some really complicated artifacts for a little bit there, but now they're all super simple. I don't really know why that is. Pull that lever again. Ah, Jesus Christ. Startled me.
Have fun.
I'll do my best, man. Thank you. For the 30 bucks, towards the PAX budget. Which between you and Hobo now, has us... It's covered 1.5 train trips. Because the train's $99 after taxes and fees. Which is how I'm getting down there. This train. Taking Amtrak. Hey, Vubok's grown to become a child. Chat, can I get a couple beers? For Darren chucking the 30 at me. I'm so glad that dwarves don't keep needing alcohol nor food. It actually resets their food and hunger meter. Silently. It's actually the same thing that happens when they become, what's it called? aware creature. It resets their food and hunger meter. Could actually just leave that open. But it's all closed, so it's no longer dumping any more lava. It's just got to drain. So we'll give it its time to drain. And since the front door is open, and the elves are here to trade, I think we're going to go smack some goblins around, shall we? How about the pits? Max poisons. Looking for something that has some artifacts in it, maybe. Dark Goblin Fortress of Brushweiss. Well, thanks, Arch. And I guess that it's too small in there. I can't see what it's at. 85. There we go. We're $15 away from covering my travel costs. And then it's $68 away from covering my ticket costs. $70 away, I guess, for covering my ticket costs. Okay, so we're going to send the disemboweled sabers and the gilded messiahs. And we are just going to raid and attempt to avoid detection. We're not going to loot other items, but we're going to try and steal livestock. And we're going to turn around here. Going to sell some clothing to these elves. Dwarf is on his 6th trip up the 150Z level high staircase. I had that happen with Long Death once, but it was like a 1-year-old dwarf. And they hold multiple granite boulders and an obsidian boulder from like as far down as you could go in that fort. So that's like from layer, like the ground layer basically, all the way down to layer 200 and something. A Lignite Bracelet, and offers it to the Ancient Beard. I'm not super interested in this artifact because I think it's literally just a one material thing. So the Lignite Bracelet, all Craftsdwarf ship is cracked found. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned lignite cabochons, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and menaces with spikes of lignite. On the item is an image of Mato Tickhail, the goblin, and Erdim Salvewise, the dwarf, in Alder. Erdim Salvewise is striking down Mato. The artwork relates to the killing of the goblin Mato by the dwarf Erdim with an adamantine shortsword in Threatdweller in the early spring of 222 during Umaz Maldus, the attack of shocks. Very shocking attack, one could say. Maybe dwarves can climb stairs? Well, this one was like the equivalent of like, I don't know, maybe a 3-year-old. Yeah, they can climb stairs. They're quite agilic, actually. They can also carry full-size granite boulders. It's quite amusing when they do that. Wow. So I know who did all of these. So I'm just going to blame the person who I know did all of these. Because I feel like that's what the dwarves would just do. The same elf, the only one who's tantrumed, and I literally saw the combat logs for him. So I have an elf who's committed a whole bunch of crimes in a pretty short period of time, and they're getting another beating. Oh, it's because I don't have a captain of the guard assigned right now. Well, I do now. I missed the part where my captain of the guard died. It's the reason this dwarf's only gotten a beating as a sentence, if that, because captain of the guard died. Leading a growing demonstration. It's a demonstration on how to be taller. Yeah, no, that's not a serious concern. They will, um, it'll pass quicker, or rather, it won't be a major issue for them, or it shouldn't be an issue for them. Looks like DJ Huxley has had their beating. The snowstorm has come. I'm gonna buy some pears, peaches, apples, peaches, bayberries, apples, peaches, and some cherries. It's kind of sad. My elf mayor is the one tending to the mood or to the wounds of the other elf. They were both in the same musical performance group together when they came to this fortress. But this one doesn't seem to be very happy here. Let's just put that bluntly. They don't seem very happy here. Pondgather leather hood. Make some leather hoods. You know, I had a kind of similar situation once where a dwarf was taking a very long time, Thele, to finish an artifact, but the craft workshop that they claimed was in the caverns, and right as they got and began their mysterious construction, a troll vaulted, a cave troll vaulted the fence that I built, the like little onesie level wall, and ran over and toppled it. This dwarf then went berserk because, you know, their artifact was destroyed, and one shot killed the troll by punching him in the head so hard that his head exploded, but then turned around and killed 3 of my dwarves before they were able to kill him. It's kind of dramatic. Pretty epic, though. I kind of love weird moments like that. It's just like a dwarf takes forever to put together an artifact, finally puts together the artifact, and then turns around and just like smacks somebody. Man, I'm just gonna say this kind of bluntly. Today sucks. So in Vancouver, there's a... Vancouver, the city that I live in, there's a street that's notorious for housing homelessness, right? Apparently, because a tent caught fire a couple days ago, they're taking today as a day to remove every single tent from that street. Congratulations on making people that are already stuck outside and homeless even more homeless. There's footage all over Twitter and like my Vancouver circles of just like a wall of police officers blocking every single street leading into that area. That's messed up. Produced copper cage? Hell yeah! Artifact cages are fun. Big fan. Are you gonna go start another fist fight? And trading with my goblin broker? What are you doing? Oh, please walk into the temple and smack somebody. Nope. Oh, there you go. You threw a piece of clothing. Although I don't know if that's enough to actually get you a sentence by Dwarfy standards. Punching a cat would do it. How about this goblin? Nope. Okay, now you're going to go start a fist fight. Who are you going to go start a fist fight with? Come on, you lazy little elf, you. Oh, well. No longer tantruming, but still starting in the fist fight. Walk into the tavern and do it. I wonder if all those dwarves have made it off the map. Looks like it. Still trying to start that fist fight. Looks like the poet walked up to the stoneworker Fath and grabbed him by the throat with his left lower arm and attacked him, but she jumped away. Got a point of disorderly conduct with 15 witnesses. A lot of witnesses. 29 days in prison. There you go. That's what I need. Literally just walked up to somebody in the tavern and grabbed him by the throat. Is it a cool copper cage at least, Bailey? I mean, the last two artifacts I've had were literally made out of one material piece, and it's coal. Which I honestly am a little disappointed by. I personally feel like that's a bit of a shame. I've got significantly better uses. All right, closing Twitter. Now, when you say in DF Discord, do you mean in my Discord or in the KitFox Discord? Also, chat room. Yesterday, Tarn posted this. Happy 16th Dwarf Fortress release anniversary. While we don't have a release quite ready, the work continues to go well. We got some workshop art and evil, good, and desert grasses in, and also some good progress on the music side. And in Codeland, I'm nearing completion of the key binding screen, and should be doing keyboard support after that, as discussed in Future of the Fortress over the last few months. And this will cover designations and buildings at the very least, including making sure they still interact well with macros, but not all of the selections on menus on the first pass. I've also been collecting Scamps photos from my parents' devices to make sure I had them all. And here are some of the baby photos he pulled off today. Pictures of Scamps. Rest in peace, you little kidders. What a cute little kidder. I'm gonna miss this kid. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like Scamps kind of became like the Dwarf Fortress mascot largely. It's kind of weird to have seen that cat grow up in real time, just as a fan from a distance. Well, Legacy should probably actually be deleted anyway, because that channel's been dead for a while. That was for a specific Legacy game. So I should probably delete both of those. Angry after being confined. Kind of thinking about just locking this elf down here permanently. Then he'll starve to death. I'll feel kind of bad. So, I guess you just answered that question yourself. One of those we post and the other one we don't. That was the low end of the sleeping range. Hello, man. How you doing, Stone? It's good to have you. Hope your day's been good. Oh, shit. My squad returned. I've killed 2 raids today. The Plank of Nations slipped into Hexlulled undetected by the weak horror and of the dread of scrapes, and the ancient beards stole livestock from Hexlulled, and the goblin Oleng of the weak horror spotted the forces of the Plank of Nations slipping out of Hexlulled. We got spotted. Exciting. Wonder how much we got. Wow, 18 beak dogs. They're the weak horror, they're not the strong horror. Just the weekday horror, you know? Well, beak dog legs for dinner it is. I think I'm going to send those dwarves back out. Let's go hit this nice close by one. Except this one. We're gonna attempt to openly actually no, we're gonna wait, what? Huh. Apparently this goblin faction is now at war with the Safe Realms. Interesting. Their war of influence, their war is spreading. But we're gonna attempt to pillage. We're not gonna loot other items, we're just gonna steal livestock. So how was your sleep, Stone, aside from being on the short end? This is a copper cage. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. Encrusted with topaz and encircled with bands of copper, sheep bone, and macadamia wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sheep's leather. On the item is an image of Unget Lance Dailies? Lance Dailies. The dwarf in Koboldite. Ognet is laughing. The artwork relates to the fey mood of the dwarf Ognet. Lens shrines in the midsummer of year 10. On the item is an image of Agshin the Grey Claw, the Bismuth Knight crown, and lapis lazuli. That's not a bad one, actually. Imagine being stuck in a cage with an image of a dwarf laughing. Just like staring at you going, hey. Kind of a funny visual. Kind of appreciate it, not gonna lie. But yeah, I should probably delete the Legacy and Legacy Stories room just because, like, those are for a specific Legacy playthrough that some of my audience members did, and they've all been super inactive for ages. I'm just kind of going to assume pretty soon that it's dead and just delete it. No reason to have dead rooms that just confuse people. Unless somebody else wants to start up another one of those in the future. Slaughtering the beak dogs. Oh no! Magma Crab made it into the fort somehow. Well, 2 of 7. How full is this? 1 of 7. All right, let's just finish this up. Open that. And open that. Rather neutral was your sleep? Well, that's good. It's about how I described my sleep last night. Although all of my sleep for the past week has just been waking up coated in sweat, which I could honestly do without. Not very pleasant, to be honest. It's not going to spread out too much more. It's just going to kind of speed up the process of it drying. We can get back to constructing that lovely bridge. For a second there, I thought it said succumb to the invasion. I was like, there's no invasion. What are you talking about, game? Being so goofy. The fuck? But yeah, today's been fun. I think plan for tomorrow is we'll do Long Death in the morning. And I might play some more Farthest Frontier in the afternoon. I do kind of want to fuck around with that game some more. Because I did generally enjoy my time with it today. Even if I had some, like, big problem complaints with that game. I'd like to play some more of it. No migrants this season, eh? So we've stopped getting trade caravans from the mountain home because this pesky goblin siege has blocked a bunch of them. And now we're not getting migrants from the mountain home. And the mountain home is getting invaded. Or was. These guys were invading them for a bit. Oh. Hold on a second. So this is my mountain home. Huh. Well, last time I checked it, it was just getting invaded. Let's just say it's gone. So, does that mean the other fortress on the same tile as this one that I can't see is the mountain home now? Because, like, is there any way to... Yeah, the mountain home is dead. There is no mountain home. But we didn't get the mountain home. Well, that's going to make that rather difficult. I guess it's time to extract our vengeance on them. I knew that they were getting invaded by the goblins, but I don't believe I've ever actually seen my mountain home get destroyed on the overworld before, though. Would exploring this site be an act of war? Also, chat room, we're pretty lurky right now. If you're lurking in the stream, could you post a beer? I'm just curious about how many people are listening to the stream. But, like... I don't actually know. I do kind of want those books. Hey, Tank. Appreciate the follow, by the way. Your name reminds me of the Matrix. Because I really want those artifacts. I guess what we'll do is we'll just keep pillaging them goblins. And doing our damnedest to kill as many of them as possible. Because they fucking killed my mountain home. I guess that would maybe make a degree of sense as to why Elomino is the queen, because that was one of the 7 dwarves of the other location. I know the feeling. Darren, you have a good night. Well, we'll finish this bridge. And if we don't get the mountain home at any point, once we're done damaging them enough, maybe we'll go reclaim some of those books. It's all the more reason to keep this fortress alive, as we are probably the last bastion of this faction. Well, we stole a bunch more beak dogs. We're gonna have a bunch more meat. But how did we do? We pillaged them. This is a goblin pit with 100 things in it. The Plank of Nations attacked the cremated midnight of the occult seduction at Profane Cried. The dwarf Kib, Fallen Kingdoms 2, the wispy brigands led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Ispu, Maligned Mirrors. It's like misaligned mirrors. Kib, the wispy brigands, outmatched the goblin with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Profane Cried. They cried profane. Now we're just going to let things play. So we intentionally attacked them. I'm going to look for big fights between large groups and stop if anybody dies. The pairs of armor led by the dwarf tourist Bell Taxed clashed with 5 goblins, or with 9 goblins, slaying 5. The free seals led by the dwarf Tekid clashed with 4 goblins, slaying them. The free seals led by the dwarf Tekid clashed with 14 trolls, slaying 10. The disemboweled sabers, led by the dwarf Kib, Fallen Kingdoms, clashed with 4 trolls, slaying them, and the ancient beard seized livestock from Profane Cried. We'll head back out in a mo, once they're all back home. I'm thinking we go for... Let's go after these guys. Let's wait for my squads to get back first. Long live Kib. Actually, you know what? Maybe we don't attack them right away. I need to bring some more dwarves into the military. Feel anything after talking with a friend? Uneasy after being able to board, after being able to practice martial art. Dream of raising a family and get caught up in internal deliberations. Dower is a rule. Values parties. All right. Weaver. Join that army. How about you? Want to lead an exciting life, and you dreamt of crafting a masterwork, you've completed that. You find something humorous in everything. All right. How about you, Maffle? Craft a masterwork someday and is greedy, tense, and jittery. Aw, you felt fond just remembering making a friend. Well, that's lovely. You want to fight? Well, that's good. Reading a work of art, curiosity. And go be the squad leader of the Gilded Masons. Messiahs, rather, not Masons. I'm gonna get them training a bit. I want these to be 4 full squads. You want to practice some martial art? You dream of creating a great work of art and never become angry and are completely unfazed by the thoughts of others? Wants a little tumult and discord. Good, good, good. Go join the Gilded Messiahs. So the original plan for this faction, or for this run of fortresses, was to rebuild their faction. The second plan was to become the Mountain Home, and now the Mountain Home is dead. So now it's vengeance. It's the classic, so you've chosen destruction. You'll do everything to avoid excitement and stress, like fight in the military. How about you? You're a miner? Crafted a masterwork, something deliberately a cruel and to those unfortunate enough to be subject to his sadism. Excellent. Join the pairs of armor. Good luck, Ezim. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, give me a shout. You can have any dwarf with any job you would like. Impervious to the effects of stress. Perfect. And it begins. Here comes the brave military dwarves. It's kind of fucked up. I think I can maybe count on one hand the number of times my mountain home has been taken over in the time that I've played. Like, they didn't even take it over. They just killed them. Mastering the Ringleader. It's a cool fucking name for a book. So this place... Yeah. No, it's this one. Listen, Hatred. This place. The Thief of Cover. Listen, Hatred has a demon running it who killed a couple of my dwarves. And that's the place that attacked the mountain home that killed it. With the 5,000 population. We tried to demand surrender and they said no. So what you're saying is you want to be in the military? Because I just finished drafting. Do you want to be a fresh draft of the military? Because I can give you that. I mean... Burr. We'll call you Hex. He doesn't feel anything after doing nothing creative for too long, but when I was uneasy after being able to acquire something for too long, doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice a craft for too long, and was lonely after being away from family for too long, doesn't feel anything after being unable to practice martial art for too long, and felt funness after thinking about a friend, after talking with a friend, and felt funness after talking with an acquaintance, felt funness after remembering talking with an acquaintance, and was afraid after experiencing trauma. He's 88 years old, born on the 3rd of Galena in the year 138. Although I would almost say most of these dwarves have a low chance of survival. I had a wereopossum show up like a dozen times in this fortress, and it's always the same one, and it's one from a previous fortress of mine, which is kind of amazing. Tank. He is romantically involved with Ingas and is a dubious worshipper of Lemouche. Lemouche, of course, being the deity of this fortress, is associated with chaos, war, and fortresses. Very fitting. And you have a lover. He personally believes that the acquisition of power of others over others is a worthy goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and popular behavior as vain and offensive, finds blind honesty foolish, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Values a harmonious existence and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. He does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. You happy? X, and is very happy and enthusiastic, and sometimes to his detriment, prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and feels that everyone should get along without any strife or contention. He is sloppy with his living space, and finds humor in most situations. He finds obligations confining, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Obviously needs alcohol to get through the working day, and all that jazz. Welcome to the fortress, newbie. What did you just pick up? You got an iron mail shirt, pigtail cloak. Well, make 2 more Ada swords because I have enough for it. Iron. Oh. $30 iron shields. Doesn't really matter what materials they're made out of. But yeah, were-elephants are pretty tough to deal with. Were-creatures in general, especially if you don't know what you're... Or the, like, easy tricks to stop them. There are some pretty easy ways of completely negating the effectiveness of were-creatures, but it requires some pre-prep, and if you didn't do the pre-prep, then yeah, they're quite difficult to avoid. Especially once they're kind of, you know, all up in your stuff, if you know what I'm saying. Well, I do assume that that is why we're not getting any more migrants, because there's none alive. Well, it's kind of a dark time for this fortress, I would say. Considering, like, how happy-go-lucky you guys have all been about the, you know, situation. The dwarves don't seem to mind too much either, but that being said, it is certainly not a good time for this fortress, especially currently. The hard, tough times, I suppose. But yeah, I hope that, I really hope that we get to see spooky biomes sooner rather than later. I just want to know what those what the eyeball grass is going to look like. That's something that I'm like maybe more excited than I should be to see. Because like the things that they haven't really shown anything of in any screenshots up until this point are Forgotten Beasts because they're not done to my knowledge. And I guess I would assume that they all just look like Debug Guy right now. Which is also kind of funny. But yeah, we haven't seen any Forgotten Beasts. We haven't seen any good biomes. We haven't seen any evil biomes. I also want to know what gnomes are going to look like, especially because, like, gnomes are always naked. You know? Like, gnomes have no clothing in Dwarf Fortress and don't understand what clothing is and aren't capable of making it. I don't even think that there's clothing that fits them, like, at all, so... It's kind of a... I want to know what gnomes look like. I want to know what dark gnomes look like. I think we've seen foul blend decks, or at the very least, like, statues of them. But... I don't know if we've seen cadaverous cave crawlers or a lot of the other deeper things. So, gnomes don't have language, so you kind of can't. They're kind of one of those weird little critters where they're sort of like... They're like mini... They're like dwarves. So, you know how, like, chimpanzees are kind of human-ish? And we can sort of teach them some things, but not really anything at the same time? That's kind of the way gnomes act. Yeah, they just hang with all their dangly bits on display. I'm assuming they'll just have large beards, so that won't be an issue. But I'm kind of curious to see how Dwarf Fortress ends up handling naked characters. That is actually, because, like, that's not an uncommon thing. Just, like, dwarf get pissed, dwarf run around with, like, dangly bits everywhere. That happens quite frequently, actually, so... That's something that I'm real curious to see how they work into the game. I'm assuming they're not just going to have, like, straight-up nudity in the game, because, like, that would maybe... I mean, the Dwarf Fortress isn't ever going to have an actual rating, but gnomes are dwarfish? Yeah, they are dwarfish. They are indeed dwarfy. But gnomes are dwarfy because, like, gnomes live in this area where this fortress is, right? They show up maybe once or twice a year and try and drink my booze, and then they leave. They literally just, like, run into the fort, run into the tavern. They don't attack anybody. They run into the tavern, and they drink a bunch of booze, and then they leave. That's what the gnomes do. And you know what? I respect their hustle. Until someone manages to poison a gnome with gnome blight. Whew, now that's a question. That has to be an achievement, right? Like a Steam achievement? Poison a gnome with gnome blight? It's like one of those tiny little things that exists in this game that is so obtuse and difficult to acquire that it never actually happens. I know I've never done it. Well, self-pity, worried, self-pity, worried, self-pity, worried. Don't tantrum, all right? You killed Space Pirate. Not a good sign. God, Some of these dwarves have some pretty baller kill counts. 4 and then 10. 5 and then 16. 2. Newbie. 1. 5 and 13. Alright. Let's send the disemboweled sabers and the free seals. Except we're going to pillage, and we're not going to loot other items. We're going to go hit hex labors. Send out half my soldiers. Round of beers for those dwarves for good luck. Dwarves including Mang, Athel, Catan, other Catan, Ineth, other Catan, other Catan. Actually, no, he's leading a kicking demonstration, might be. Hydra Slayer's heading out. We killed a Hydra for us in 223. Or 223. Get out of there, dwarves. So far, this has been a grand attempt, I think, to save this faction, but it's kind of sad that we had to go so far backwards. Yeah, I played other things this morning. I played other things for views. To be honest. Played Farthest Frontier, which is launched today and is his new hotness. It's pretty okay. It's a town builder. Kleno, I got bad news. The goblins killed my mountain home. So we're seeking vengeance. In this life or the next. Or in this fort or the next. We have adamantine swords, and we're gonna stab those little twats in the head until they fall into a lot of goddamn pieces. Yeah, pretty much. My entire goal with playing this faction was to resurrect this faction, yet. Why are these all tombs? Huh. How did I manage that? That explains why there's just a dwarf corpse sitting there. It's all about the dwarves we met along the way and all the goblins that we torched. Mostly the goblins that we torched. Largely the goblins that we torched. So how's things, Kleno? I've set up a last-minute trip to PAX West to go and maybe poke Dwarf Fortress. At the very least, meet Kit Fox people. Whom I have yet to meet. How's that going? Well, I mean, they're not on fire. I haven't been on fire for a while. I just dump lava on them, and then they burn for a bit, and then they stop burning, and then we go and pick up all of their armor, and then do it again. Smoldering? Nah. No, those corpses are gone. Gone, dead, kaput. I mean, there was every now and again, one bugs out where they just burn indefinitely, and then we stab them to death, and then they burn. That's fine. Well, they're not cool. They were very hot, and then they were gone. They were very burny, in fact. But yeah, whenever goblins show up, I dump lava on their heads. It's pretty effective, actually. Believe it or not. Their soft, fleshy green or gray flesh just catches a light and goes... Same with the trolls. They don't do much better. But we are trying our bestie to remove evil goblins from existence. Looking forward to it, frankly. But how's Hitchhiker been? And what you been up to, Clino? I didn't make videos of the 2 blog posts this week because I didn't feel like there was enough interesting stuff, and I kind of feel bad just talking about Tarn's cat. Rest in peace. You're eating kimchi fried rice made with your own kimchi, which you think you mentioned last month. Yeah, I do remember you mentioning that. You probably'd rather meet Kit Fox people. You'd probably rather meet Kit Fox people short term. You're feeling okay about things. What, with Dwarf Fortress or like meeting people? Not sure what you mean by that, but oh, long term. I read that wrong. Yeah, I don't feel okay about traveling, but this is work. Unfortunately. One thing I do feel okay about though is PAX West requires masks. And PAX West also requires, what's it called? Proof of negative test, which is about as much as they can require. So I'm going on what is traditionally the least busy day. I'll be there on Sunday. Which I've been to PAX West in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. And Sunday was always dead. And considering they haven't sold out of the 4-day passes yet, which usually sell out in about an hour, I would say, and they've been on sale now for, what, 3 months? I would say, that's about as much of a risk as I'm willing to take. And I did already go to Quebec and back. You may feel differently when you run out of fried rice. Fortunately, this might be a controversial subject, Clino, but you can make more fried rice. How do you like my bridge? Dwarf's working on. It's a very long bridge. Yeah, I've been saying for a while that the first convention I would go to would be either one that has a legitimate work opportunity or the roguelike celebration, whenever they do that in person again. It's going to go all the way to this. That's what it's connecting to. But this I would consider to be multiple legitimate work opportunities. All right, our pillage attempt. The Plank of Nations attacked the Dungeon of Lice. Ew, in the Occult Seduction. Fallen Kingdoms of the Wispy Brigands led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Cutsmob. Hatred Bewitched. That's a good last name. The Dwarf outmatched the Goblin, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The Disemboweled Sabers, led by the Dwarf Fallen Kingdom of the Wispy Brigands, clashed with 10 goblins, slaying them. All 10? Damn. The Elf Mafi's third toe was smashed by the Dwarf Aloths. Imagine having your full title being the Laborious Confederacy of Whipping. You have so much fried rice. PAX West is in Seattle, so it's a 3.5-hour-long train. I'm taking the early fuck off early morning train down, which currently is 10% full. And I'm taking a afternoon Monday train home, which is currently 50% full. So, wow, there's a bunch of elves there. Huh. These are like mostly elves that we're ripping apart. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm taking Amtrak down. Well, I mean, I won't be on the open rail, but I will be inside of the train. I won't be rail hopping or anything. You keep chasing around town if you with a net. I'm just imagining Aqua, you're running around with like a large net, just chasing it. I'm looking for big, interesting fights in here. Seems to be just like beating the crap out of elves and individual goblins. To each their own. Well, I mean, I'm going across a border. Going across a border while rail hopping, a little sketchy for me. The Free Seals, led by the dwarf Tekud. The Wayward Ore of Influence clashed with 26 trolls, slaying 10. Disemboweled Slavers, led by Fallen Kingdoms, clashed with 16 trolls, slaying 10. More trolls, more trolls. I think we finished off the last 2 squads, looks like. Oh, we looted a bunch of books. It's pretty good. I'll take it. And people, Aquafunk, the food truck hunter, is your new reality TV show. People think that you're trying out food, but you're just running around. Yeah, no, you're actually like just running around, like setting up very elaborate card traps to drop a net on it and like, got him. And then you just like film like a David Attenborough style show about, you know, things in their natural habitat. Do you have to go through customs when you get to the US? I haven't done it since 2019, but in 2019, the customs is when you get on the train. So it's Canadian security when you go to the US and then American security when you come back from. So you go through security at the beginning of the train ride, you get on the train, and then it's just a nonstop trip to the other side. Oh, absolutely. Oh, also, whenever I take the bus across, every single time I've taken the bus into the States via this border here, I get taken aside and searched. I think I just look super sus. We need more of David Attenborough's thoughts on the world. They're so sad, though. His, A Life on Earth is absolutely beautiful if you haven't seen it. Stakud Borlonmeng, the Swordmaster, has bestowed the name Ugog Uzlab upon an iron shield. One of my favorite things to do, actually, which I feel like some people get surprised when I point this out, is these named weapons sometimes get credited with kills. Yeah, this steel short sword, 8 kills. We need, okay, chat room, we need a really good David Attenborough impersonator to go get hired by Kit Fox to do, this is I don't know, a werepossum in its natural habitat, ripping apart 15 dwarves. You know, that sort of thing. See how he cuts his way effortlessly through the line of humans at the edge of this small town. Like things like that. We just someone needs to do that. I do kind of look like a drug smuggler, to be fair, though. I mean, a couple of years ago, yeah, I was sussed for having drugs because I've been smoking weed for the last decade. So, I guess I do kind of. Also, like, maybe the worst one ever, a stat track sword. I once, so, Seer Sky, once I had a, toy boat that was credited with a kill, which... one of my biggest achievements in Dwarf Fortress. A dwarf picked it up and threw it at a goblin, went bonk, and killed him. So I once had a toy boat that was credited with the kill. Let's see if I have any shields with kills. Shields are dangerous, man. It's a short sword. That short sword's not credited with any. How about the shield? Oh, wow. Your sword nor shield are credited. Ah, there we go. This adamantine short sword has killed 13 creatures, as well as Mukong, a forgotten beast, on this stream. And has been used by 2 dwarves. Diamond, who got 9 of the kills, and Id, Algotaigiz Mat Akrul, with 5. And Felite. So yeah, no, I don't fully blame me pre-legalization for them to just be like, does this guy have weed? But like, I don't know, it's gotten old to the point where it's like, yeah, I'll spend the extra $15 to take the train. Also, I decided to be all gaudy and spend the extra $8 to get first class there and back, which basically just means instead of having two seats and you face each other, it's just 2 seats and you don't have anybody staring at you, which is quite literally the only difference. It means you get an extra 6 inches of legroom. You love the idea of David Attenborough. I wonder if I could find a good David Attenborough impersonator on Fiverr. Yeah, I'm taking the commuter train. Actually, no, Amtrak goes all the way to LA. I'm pretty sure that one goes all the way to LA. I don't know. I'm taking it from King Central Station in Vancouver. Or no, what's the name of the fucking station? Hold on, let me look it up. I could actually tell you what the name of the actual train that I'm taking. I don't want to show you this because it's got my data on it. It's called Cant Rail. It's Can-T Rail. Can Track Rail, what it's called. Which, yeah, is technically a commuter train. Yeah, no, this one's Amtrak. That's what I'm taking. I'll film a bunch on my phone. Make a vlog out of it. But the West is also big. I'll say that the route that the Amtrak trains take from here to Seattle is fucking gorgeous. It is beautiful. It's like all the way along the coast, all the way down. It literally just like, it goes out of Vancouver and then just goes down to the coastline and then just straight line down the coast. The last time I took it, a friend of mine gave me an edible right before we got on the train, and that was a very beautiful sunset. I'll say that. Yeah, along the water, it's beautiful. LA has trains, but nobody uses them. Doesn't LA have like an underground system somewhere? Are you in LA? If so, I'm sorry. I don't like LA very much. The day before your birthday. So what you're saying, Kleno, is I actually, I don't know how much time I'm gonna get with Zach and Tarn, but do I have to like film them saying happy birthday, Kleno, and send it to you and pretend it's like Cameo? Or you could get like celebrities to like say happy birthday. Hey, my elf is tantruming again. God damn it, you twit. A very short tantrum. Your son moved to LA? I feel bad for your son. That is maybe my least favorite city I've ever been to in my life. Although, I've never been to Texas, so I feel like Texas might... Most of Texas's cities might win. I've heard things about Houston that scare me deeply. As somebody who can't drive, Houston scares the piss out of me. But LA's is up there. More humans are visiting. All right, let's see if I can send the free seals and the disemboweled sabers to attempt to raise, openly an attack, and destroy this site. Good luck, dwarves. You're not wrong. There was a time when I had Zach and Tarn, or just Tarn, I think, actually, in a video, in a interview, and we got him to say happy birthday, Clino. So maybe from LA to San Diego once, and you had to take it back because your stuff was in LA. Oh, did they just leave it? It's kind of rough. But fucked if you're visiting for a weekend? Uh-oh. I got a ghostly siege operator. I've done a pretty piss poor job managing the dead dwarves in this fortress, so guess we gotta make a bunch of slabs and do that. But I'm pretty sure I just have a bunch. Yeah, that's fine. I got 30 something. Claim all these. Melt all that stuff down. That's the remnants of the most recent siege. Also got a bunch of brass cabinets done. Could barely handle Chicago. I mean, fucking Boston was a bit much for me. Oops. That's what I wanted. Anywhere where I have to take an Uber in order to travel is a city I'm not going to have a very good time in as somebody who can't drive, like, at all. I remember Boston's public transit wasn't horrible, but the weather was so bad when I was there that it was, like, virtually unusable because it was always backed up, stuck, or gridlocked, so just because the traffic was horrible. So we're putting brass and copper chests and cabinets in all these bedrooms. You're staying up north. I really like it in Vancouver, and, you know, I'll be completely honest. I don't really want to go to PAX West. Like, I don't really want to go to Seattle. I don't feel great about traveling right now. But unfortunately, this industry locks a lot of opportunities behind traveling. And when enough of them all stack up on one weekend, it's like, all right, I'll go down for the minimum amount of time, try and have minimum amount of contact with the event itself, stay as safe as possible, avoid as many people as possible, don't go to any after parties, and then get the fuck out of the city. And that's all that I'm really planning on doing for that weekend. I don't feel great about being in the States in general right now. I also don't feel great about traveling right now, but off to bed. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers, Daily. I'll be starting with Dwarfs tomorrow. So it's kind of a fucked situation, I guess. But I also get to see some people that, fuck, I don't know when I'll ever get to see them again. So. Casket making on auto manager? It's more of a, enough dwarves have died in a crowd of goblins that then got burned that I then forgot to make slabs for. It's mostly that. Ooh! Lissig Thumb was seen being passed to a thief. By whom? Was it by this engraver? Nope. Esm, the herbalist, and the human void hunter. Convict them both. I think it's Zara, the human void hunter. I think he's gonna make it off the map. Any iconography on you? Which one is that? It's a Jabber Bone Greaves. Oh, I like that one. You assholes. Yeah, now it's no longer easy and reasonable. It's now difficult. Well, if he comes back, he'll get it. He'll serve his sentence, but if he comes back, we'll also kill him, so. Damn you, Czar! Yeah, pretty much. Okay, what's your sentence that he's getting? A beating? That it? Really? You get a beating? It seems a little soft. Still doing masks on planes? Well, I mean, I'm not flying, right? But when I flew to Montreal earlier this year to visit family, it was a $5,000 fine if you took your mask off on the plane. For any reason. So if you were, like, seen with your mask off and said you wouldn't put it back on, it's a $5,000 fine. But that was flying within Canada, so that was flying from Vancouver to Montreal. I don't know what flying internationally is like. The Dwarves have returned. Yeah, they were taking that shit seriously. But the airports are an absolute clusterfuck. Plank of Nations attacked the cremated Midnight, that's a good name, of the occult seduction at Profane Cried. The dwarf Kib, Fallen Kingdoms, the Wispy Brigands, led the attack, and the defenders were led by the goblin Zolok. Kib, Fallen Kingdoms, outmatched the goblin. With a cunning plan, the attackers had a strong position and advantage and Profane cried. But yeah, it seems reasonable, right? I mean, I actually had 2 masks on when I flew back because I had I just had a medical one and then a cloth one over top of it. The cloth one is kind of a lovely because I just kind of like took a nap and put the cloth one over my face and just got to sleep. We destroyed Profane Cried. We rampaged throughout Profane Cried, and looks like there's a shot here of the Free Seals led by Tekud. The Wayward Ore of Profane Cried clashed with 8 goblins, slaying them. Well, there we go. And the pit now has no civilized population. Oh no. You're the last case. Hopefully everybody's mild, Grogan. I've heard, like, I know a bunch of people that have, like, the current strains, and everybody's had very mild cases. Still scary as fuck for me as a diabetic, but, like, you know. Like, it's no fucking joke still. But yeah, I know that the, one issue that I have is the trains don't require masks. Trains don't require masks or proof of vaccination or anything. But that's the same with the buses. And I wasn't gonna fly. Flying is like $300 round trip. So, whereas the train is like 100. The buses would have been 60, but I didn't want to be on a bus. So I'm taking the train. Just you're down for a day? A few days. I getcha. Well, I'm glad to hear that it's not too bad. I mean, one of my neighbors is going to go visit a bunch of his extended family in Ukraine. They live in a small village outside of Kiev. And he's going over there to help them do a bunch of stuff and help them out financially in a bunch of other ways. But he's going over there and he's just like he was talking, he's like, you know, I'm not really worried at all about the fighting because it's like, it's pretty well documented where everything is and what's getting shot at and who's getting shot at when. And he's like, so traveling around Ukraine, like, doesn't really bother him all that much, but he's like scared as hell of COVID. And it's like, really kind of puts into perspective when like there's a guy literally traveling into a fucking war zone and he's more concerned about COVID than the war zone. Mild inconvenience and no vaccine. I've had 4 vaccines. Just had my 4th a couple weeks ago. Because I'm immunocompromised and extremely vulnerable to the normal common flu, let alone COVID, so. Yep. It's my life. Only 3 here? I mean, I'm sure you're fine. I'm a little bit of an extreme example. I would say, Clino, if you went to PAX West, don't actually go to PAX West. Just show up in Seattle for a day or 2 and just meet up with some people in coffee shops. Seattle, there's a billion of them and they're all very good. Working on those brass cabinets, fruit, metal objects. Working on those shields, still working on those hoods. We'll get those done. And the humans have arrived to trade with us. It's interesting, these humans have gone to war with the goblins now too, so I kind of consider them my ally. In time for wedding season? Do you work weddings or something? I mean, to give you an idea on how, like, on it I have to be with vaccines. I've already got my appointment set for the flu shot this year. So basically I'm the test bed, so if if something bad happens and vaccines are killing everybody, I'm going to die first, so if I randomly keel over, you know what did it. Bachelor parties and the actual wedding itself got it. Oh, okay, so somebody you know is getting married? Gotcha. Such an old-fashioned thing. Yeah, Subway back in 2015, it was so weird. He was not happy to be recognized in your dream. I mean, he's pretty recognizable. Although in Seattle, it would probably more likely be a Jimmy John's. All right, let's sell all of this fucked up clothing that we have everywhere. I kind of just want to sell them uncut gems. Can't. Okay, I gotta make rates. Wait, are you telling me that you haven't met Tarn yet, and I have? Bueno. But yeah, I'll be being completely blunt. I would not be going if it wasn't for easy access to trains that are largely underbooked, that are readily available. There's a lot of them. And I have someone to stay with. If all of those things hadn't lined up, and if Zach and Tarn weren't going to be at the convention in some capacity for the weekend, I wouldn't be going. But a foot-long tuna with onions? I mean, it would have to be a foot-long carp with onions to be fully. Your filthy fandom. To be fair, PAX is technically for the filthy fandom. This isn't GDC or like, I mean, it's not like I'm getting a media badge, right? Like I literally bought my own ticket. So I don't get any special priority, which is the reason I'm not going to be there. Like initially when I was looking at going to PAX, I was thinking about going down for the Friday and going to go see their panel. But then I thought about it and I was like, I don't want to sit in a crowd in a panel. That was the first thing that came to my mind. Was like, I don't want to sit in that crowd with in that panel. The second thing that came to mind was, not only do I not want to sit in that crowd with that panel, but also I don't want to stand in the line in the middle of at the beginning of day one of PAX. Just don't want to do that. I mean, when I went to PAX previous, I used to always get media badges, but I'm not cool enough on Twitch to get a media badge anymore. Because to be in North America and to get a media badge for PAX, I need to be a Twitch ambassador. I need to have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Or I need to get a special invite. And I'm not a Twitch ambassador. I'm simply a Twitch partner. A pleb. Thin Wings of Stretch. Oh boy. The Forgotten Beast, Thilrilri Iderosata has come. A great hairy slug. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a gaunt appearance. Its clear hair is patchy. Beware its fire! That's kind of sketch. Can it fly? It's very slow, it looks like. I don't think it can fly, so it can't actually get into the fort. You genuflect? I don't know what that word means. Hitchhiker. So this thing doesn't have access to my fort, and it doesn't seem to be very interested in flying. However, if it does, it's a fun word. It seems to be. Hold on, I need to look up the definition of that. Let me open up Webster's. Meaning. Lower one's body, briefly bending one knee to the ground, typically in worship or in a sign of respect. Nope. No, I don't. It's more, yes, Twitch has too many Twitch partners to treat them all specially, so they now have a special cool club of cooler Twitch partners. That's more what it is. Catholic thing? I was Lutheran growing up. So most Catholic things are absolute, like, eye roll for me growing up. Also, I get to travel down to Seattle just a few days after my rent goes up. It's not going up by a lot. It's going up by $60 a month, but hey, my rent's going up. Oh! Yeah, I'm not too worried about that thing. We'll just let it exist for a bit. I was baptized and confirmed. Was very Christian for a number of years. Not my choice. Iton the Weaver has become possessed. It's claimed a clother's shop. Go make a cool hat, Dwarf. Although, to be honest with you, Clino, I barely feel like I'm in the industry some days. Very rarely do I actually feel like I'm in the industry. And often I wonder why people take me seriously as someone in the industry. No. Another named shield. Oh, game's paused. You need rough color. Bones, yes. Need bones. I have no bones. Are you meant to take streamers seriously? Well, the industry certainly does. I mean, I've been paid rather large sums of money to do streams for things in the past. I mean, I consider streams to be about as serious as an independent radio station in the 80s. Like, it's not nothing. I mean, it's like running a decently successful little website unto yourself. Like, it's not a joke when people state that I do a better job marketing Dwarf Fortress than Bay 12 does, which is kind of wild to think about, but well, not that there's much competition, because no offense to Zach and Tarn, but like all of their marketing is just like word of mouth. So yeah, it is a relatively low bar. I don't know. I mean, Twitch doesn't care about view counts anymore, but before Twitch disabled view counts entirely for like channels, this channel a year gets about 1 million views. So that's not nothing. And my YouTube channel is getting about 2 million a year now on it, like based on what I've been doing for the past month. So yes, but less running from the FCC. Instead, we're just hiding from copyright lawyers and record labels. You know? And like just praying that if Bay 12 didn't want me streaming Dwarf Fortress, they could legally issue a takedown request for everything related to Dwarf Fortress, because that's what the law states they're allowed to do. The only reason this industry exists is because the industry acknowledges that the amount of reach we have is worth them not calling lawyers and suing us. I'm looking at you, Nintendo, and Capcom, and Square Enix sometimes. So, you know, just because I'm able to exist doesn't mean that, you know. What metals does he have to deal with? He doesn't need metals. I mean, I have like 18 different kinds of metal. No, the issue is bones. I don't have any bones in the fort. Yeah, there is some wild animals on the map. That's not what I need. There you go. Go trade at Depot. Gotta do that first. Yep. Sometime this year, probably. It'll be out on Steam and itch.io. Yes, this is a thing that is coming out. Something 30-ish bucks, I think, is their estimated price. We'll also have music and proper mouse controls and new UI and a bunch of other fancy schmancy things and some balance changes. The thing that I think is going to be interesting is Classic with community tile sets is going to be just as playable as Premium, though. I think that's interesting. There's some real detailed tile sets out there. I don't even see the code. I've never really felt that meme was accurate, mostly because I've played ASCII games longer than The Matrix has existed, and then The Matrix came out, and then all of those references became very popular, and I'm just like, dude, like, I don't know. I found Moria before I saw The Matrix, so it's still funny, I guess. Good evening. How you doing, Pilot? Hope work was tolerable today, dude. They're no longer admitting to having a price. It's probably 30. I mean, if they set it to $9,999, then it would be like price unknown, but they moved it from possibly $20-ish to possibly $30-ish, which to me is like, okay, so it's from like one reasonable price to a more logical reasonable price. It's like, I can't really argue either way. It's like that, yeah, that just makes sense. Roll. Let's buy the books and some cheese. That'll be fine. Personally, I think they should charge 40, but because I live in Canada, it's probably going to end up being 40-ish anyway, so. On the Z level limit with the Steam version? Well, I mean, the map rewrite's not, like, happening for the premium version, so why would the Z level limits change? Depends on the world you generate, but there is a hard upper limit. Like we're not getting the map rewrite alongside of this, so I don't know why you would think that that would change. Gets to the point. Does the name mean point? If they let you. Is whatever Vedlinger does. Vedlinger needs a new computer though, because Vedlinger doesn't have a PC, just a Mac, right? And it premium doesn't have Mac support as of currently. For an equivalent payoff, I mean, I'll likely put 30 hours into Dwarf Fortress Premium the first 2 days it's out. So if we're talking like $1 an hour price scale, which is pretty common for most people, yeah, I got that covered. No problemo. All right, I need to set somebody as a hunter. You're that. Do you actually have hunting enabled? You do. Okay, do I not have any ammunition? Got plenty of ammunition. What? Go hunting, you lazy little shit. Got a crossbow. Don't see any quivers. Also, crap. There was a thing that Brian Becklew tweeted relatively recently where somebody like commented on the Steam forums for Caves of Cud saying, "Oh my god, this game's still under development? I played it 5 years ago and thought it was completed back then. They should really stop developing this game and go make a new better game with better graphics and DLC." Which I think is kind of an amazing comment. It's like, better graphics? That's not possible. But also, stop developing the great, like, your fucking masterwork and go make a new game and charge more for it. One of the, I think, kind of weirdest, like, sideways compliments I've ever seen given to a game. Side note, I really fucking hate laser tag. I can't see the lasers. I did laser tag a couple times when I was younger, and my god, that was never a pleasant experience. The stupid elf is tantruming again, and hasn't hit anybody yet. Trying. Oh, there goes somebody. Well. That's a lot of reporting crime. Good luck getting by with this one, elf. What, laser tag? I mean, the best part about laser tag for me growing up was the computers in the lobby had StarCraft, and they always had they had the Simpsons machine. The Simpsons beat 'em up arcade machine. So I really quite enjoyed the... Oh my god, that's a lot of disorderly conduct. I really quite enjoyed the arcade machines they had and the computers that you could play games on, but... Yeah, I don't think they ever had X-Men. They always had the Simpsons one. The one that I went to always had the Simpsons one though. They had the Simpsons, they had Tron, they had Rush 2049, and a bunch of other. Wow, that's a lot of counts of disorderly conduct. But yeah, they had a lot of fun stuff, which, you know, was always a good time, shall we say. 113 days in prison and a beating. Whew. Yeah, I've never actually been in a Chuck E. Cheese, fortunately. So I've never had to deal with that scarring thing. Well, you get a beating first. You almost made it to the mayor's office to have a meeting with your old friend. He is weak. Oh no. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why, like, nobody seems to be capable of hunting in this fortress. Like, there's wombats everywhere. Go fucking hunt them. I need some bones, game. Is to finds the Simpsons console and never let go. Yeah, I mean, I got that out of my local laser tag place and the movie theater growing up, so I just went that route with it. All right, so we're gonna grab this bull, this turkey hen, this not a cardinal, not a magpie, and we can grab an eagle and do that trade. And then go into here and just be like, slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. Slaughter all those. That's what I need. It's just baked into you at this point? Yeah, it's totally fair. I mean, it's like me and... Although, actually, a lot of the arcade games I played on the ferries over to Vancouver Island. Oopsies. Which is not a way most people... played arcade machines. It was just the way I played arcade machines. There you go. Your baby sister made it fun. I believe that. It's sort of like go-karts. I always fucking hated go-karts growing up, but like going to go-karts with like younger cousins was always a good time. Send these 3 squads. Try and raise them there. Send this last squad. And raid and don't loot other items. This one, don't loot other items. I don't need the random crap. I do, however, want everything else. So get out of here, dwarves. Go do your jobs. Go make us proud. And don't come back when we're getting sieged, please. Seriously, please don't do that. Unless the baddies are all on fire already. But the enemy sieges keep getting smaller, so I'm not too worried. We used to have this weird... Yeah, Showbiz Pizza I don't even ever think made it to Canada. We used to have this thing, this local chain called Funky Monkey, which was basically like a clone of Chuck E. Cheese. And and we finally got Bones. I'm pretty sure that Funky Monkey completely bit the dust when the pandemic hit. Like, they're all turning into grocery stores now. So, there's that. As legitimate as that thing sounds. Charles Entertainment Cheese will never die. But should it die? Stopped being an option when people started getting shot there. Hey. I believe it. Haley B has cooked a masterpiece. Would you look at that? I mean, this almost sounds like a debate that I had with somebody on Twitter a couple, like maybe a year or two ago now, Hitchhiker, about whether or not GameStop was going to die in the next 5 years. And I was just like, GameStop is going to go out of business. They're going to be gone. And the person's like, no, they're going to successfully pivot, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, do you own stock? And they never responded. And I was like, they're going to be gone, dead, kaput, splat. Never see them again, never hear from them again. And you know what? Anybody with a brain is going to say good riddance. This person was basically like arguing and like, people are going to lose their jobs. It's like, yeah, but they'll go get better jobs. It's like, I don't know. They'll lose their jobs at that place regardless. And that's kind of how I feel about Chuck E. Cheese. It's like, sure, they might not die, but should they though? I think they probably should. You know, I once made the mistake of walking into a EB Games. We don't have GameStop in Canada, but EB Games, same parent company. Walked into one. I guess technically this was after they changed their name to EBX, which basically just means they don't really sell as many video games and just sell a lot of pop figures instead. I walked into one because it was the only place to buy DS games, and I had a Twitch partner shirt on at the time. And I have like 5 of them, so it's like it's just part of my clothing. I don't really think about it. And the guy working there just like was like, "So you stream on Twitch?" And I was like, "Oh fuck, yes." And he just started like quizzing me. He's like, "So how do you think I could do streaming World of Tanks?" I'm like, "I do fine. I don't know. Good luck." Just kind of feel bad for people who work at those places because I know how shitty their head offices are. But yeah, big mistake on my part. Don't ever go into a GameStop wearing a Twitch shirt. Especially if Twitch is actually your job. I mean, I always tell people this, right? I streamed as a hobby and made less than $500 a year for the first, like, 3.5 years. It's like from first year I actually streamed was 2012. Started trying seriously in 2013, got really going in 2014, and didn't start making money until about 2016. And then it wasn't my full-time income until 2018. All right, so our raid against Doomed Hames. This was just the slip in undetected. Okay, they slipped in undetected by the Doom of Ticks. We searched there. We stole a bunch of books, including The Confusing Executions of Perfection. Stole, they got our principles and practice. Can I just say that that's a funny title for a dwarf? The Dwarf Rith Steel weakens the confusing executions of perfection. The confusing executions of perfection. And the second squad has also returned Kib, Fallen Kingdoms, the Wispy Brigands led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Song Malign Scribes. Kib, Fallen Kingdoms, the Faithful Dies, the Wispy Brigands outmatched the Goblin Malign Scribes with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Clutch Stole. And seems to be going pretty well for us. Free Seals, ably led by Tekud. The Wayward Ore clashed with 10 goblins, slaying them. Gilded Messiahs, poorly led by Meng, clashed with 15 trolls, slaying 10, even though they were poorly led. The Goblin Stolsu, his right foot was smashed by a dwarf. Good, good, good. The last console I really actively owned... Well, actually, it's totally not true, because I own a brand new console, which is this fucking thing. But the last console I actively owned was a 3DS. The Elevated Plagues, and the only reason I bought that was because I was homeless, and it had been out for a few years, and it was cheap. And I was like, well, I need something to do while my computer's in permanent storage, so... the Elevated Plagues fled Clutchstone, and the Ancient Beard destroyed Clutchstool. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. 3 down. More to go. We will have our vengeance on this goblin faction with Threatdweller. We dwell in the threats. Oh, also, spoils report. 11 beak dogs and 6 beak dogs. Also 1 beak dog. So, you know, on to the first beak dog. Turny wheelie dealy? Oh, this turny wheelie dealy? You mean like the little Game Boy with a crank? Yeah. I tried filming a video for it. Yeah. But, this little guy. Tried filming a video about it, but it's not powered by the crank. It does have a crank, though. It's powered by micro USB. I get new games, which I can unwrap, actually. But I'll do that later. It's a fun little device, but I don't know if I'd quite call it a console. It's more of like I've been describing it as it's a handheld video game toy for people who are obsessed with video games. Yeah, I tried filming a video of it this weekend, and I just kind of didn't have the inspiration. Good fun, though. I've been playing it a lot, actually. Driven by the crank. Yeah. Live by the crank. Die by the crank. All right. All of the dwarves are back onto the map. Chat, I've been streaming for 11.5 hours. I think it's time to save this fortress. And we will definitely be returning to this week. Either tomorrow night or the day after. I haven't decided yet. But I think it's time for us to kind of wind down for the stream and go into just chatting and hang out and listen to some music for a bit. If you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool. If you're not, that's fine. I get it. I'm going to eat dinner because I like to eat dinner on stream. And we can hang out for a little bit longer if you want. Talk about other things and listen to some tunes. But if you are piecing out and you want to support the streams directly, there's a link to my Patreon. People at the $7 tier are going to maybe get an opportunity to have a patch shipped to you in about a month once all that stuff arrives. Probably after PAX, actually, is when that stuff will arrive. But aside from that, there's the YouTube channel for other things. And I go full screen now and just say thanks if you're sticking around because, you know, it's nice to have people to chat with. Aside from that, though, I'm going to go grab me my dinner, which is a big old bowl of pasta. And then we're going to chit-chat and wind down for the evening. So, I just want to say massive thanks for hanging out today. Today's been fun. Gobble up these sound commands with Patreon. I like that line. Works. But, we can close that. Move us over to just chatting. Yeah, tomorrow will be a big day at Dwarfs and on the YouTube channel. Tomorrow is technically news day. Also, I just realized today's stream number 2112, and I'm sad nobody's made a Rush reference all day. Well, fuck. I guess I've sailed. I've failed. I've sailed? Failed. Da 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 dun 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 dun. Fail.